Landing gear retracted.
What's going on, guys? Jurassic here. Today we're back with Elite Dangerous. Alright, so today our goal is going to be to finish up our engineering. We need to see what we actually need to do to grab our lasers, so I have to head back around. I know it was conductive something or another,
though. Clearance granted. Proceed to landing pad 05.
Landing pad 05. We should have 03 in front of us. Let's see here. Number 5. The one directly across. Yeah, so last time we played, we got our combat sheds most of the way done. We at least unlocked the engineers. Now we just need to go around and grab like the last bit of parts for it. My plan is going to be to have a fully lasered Corvette, and then fully lasered probably a Corsair for like hunting pirates, and maybe even outfitting a ship for Thargoids, which thankfully with the Thargoids, we already have the weapons for it. We're just going to need to upgrade the components to survive the Thargoid hits. Just in case, you know, they're eventually going to add in another war, we want to make sure that we're ready for it whenever they do. Alright, so hold on.
Landing operation complete.
Big notepad, because this is definitely going to be a lot of going back and forth all night.
Welcome, Commander.
Alright, so underneath the workshop, what do we got here? So beam lasers, we're going to need, let's just do 4D for now. We need a lot of conductive components. Stage 3. Probably won't need the electrical array. Stage 4, polymer. Yeah, definitely polymers by a lot. Hello, Volcano. Conductive polymer. Want to find embedded firmware. Alright, so I believe the rest of these are going to be all... Oh. Ooh, so that one's encoded. But the encoded one should be relatively easily. Zirconium, that's another one that we have a lot of, so don't have to worry about you. We're definitely going to need to go to encoded trader, and then we'll be able to grab that one super easy. Manufactured one, that's another one relatively easy to get, but I don't know how much we actually have of each. Did I miss that one? Hold on. Alright, so we need conductive ceramics, conductive components, conductive polymers, and modified embedded firmware. Hold on. Got the ceramics at the top. Stage 2, that's going to need the components. We're going to need ceramics again. Then the embedded firmware and conductive polymers. so that means everything should be set for the manufacturer except for the very last one. We have components, ceramics, then those two. Why is that not looking right? Oh, that's why. Okay, so this one I haven't done stage 2 yet. I was thinking of it already on stage 3. Okay. So we need the conductive components as the first step. Move that one down to here, which then is going to need the arrays and the conductive components again. Means we're going to need a lot of that one. Raise 1 per, so it's probably going to take like 5 or so. As long as we can get at least like 100 of that, that should be good. Conductive ceramics, I believe this one. Okay, so it's only used in that one step. So same with that guy, probably 100 less would be fine. Polymer capacitors, same with you. We have enough for 1 gun at least. Then the last stage, this is where we need the conductive polymers, the modified firmware. So hold on, so that'd be this one goes here. That's what I did wrong. Conductive polymer with you. Alright, so now we can head back over to our ship, and we'll see what we're actually at. I assume we're probably going to have to buy quite a few things.
Takeoff procedure complete. Clear for departure.
Landing gear retracted.
Alright, so let's exit atmosphere. And we'll see how long it actually takes us to engineer stuff. I don't think it'll actually take us too long. I bet we'll have it done before 12. Alright, so navigation. So let's head back over to our fleet carrier. We'll grab a faster ship
Bye, Commander.
that can move back and forth between these areas better. We'll see which components are actually nearby, and then we'll work from there.
Frameshift drive charging.
1.
Warning. Frameshift drive operating beyond safety limits.
We'll do that. We're still locked in, so we should now be able to get over to our ship. Yeah, it's been a little bit since we've done Elite Dangerous. We've been focusing a lot on engineering and stuff, especially since the Thargoids have seemingly calmed down quite a bit. And the same with the community events. It seems like a lot of them are mostly like geared towards like 1 or 2 nights worth of content, so we haven't really had like too much stuff to do lately. So we'll set that up, we'll get the ship here, and we'll swap over to a more nimble ship. Then we'll go run around and see which different trader is close by, and we'll start from there. I assume we're going to have to at least jump to 1, maybe 2 systems. If everything's close by, we can take any ship. If it needs to go further, then we'll probably have to grab like an exploration ship like a Mandalay or a Phantom, that way we can jump things a little bit quicker. Although if it's close by and they have a boom state relatively near, we might take our mining ship, since we can hook that up with a lot of limpets to grab a whole bunch of different materials for us. That's our third option there. So it just sort of depends how close everything is. break out of that. That's docking, and this is the point where we're going to be looking at Benora and using that a whole bunch to figure out like which different area that we're supposed to be stopping in at.
Docking request accepted. Maintain an appropriate speed during approach.
Landing gear deployed.
Good news is we should have all of the encoded stuff set in at least. I don't know if we'll have all of the manufactured goods though, because that one we needed to grab a lot of last time. Alright, so let's see what system we're in first of all. Nora, so let's do. Alright, so which system are we in? Wing systems, let's do that. We need a material trader. Closest one, let's see. Manufacturer is going to be 26, then encoded is going to be 38. So I mean, neither one of them is relatively too far. Now, another solution we could do is put in our collector limits on our exploration ship and just deal with it being slightly heavier. Because then we'd be able to utilize what we need here. So hold on. So let's grab our... I think all the limits are on the Python. We should be able to head into the outfitting, remove all the limpets from here, put it on our exploration ship. We won't even need any like cargo capacity, so let's just store all this. Hopefully something around here fits on it. Good news is engineering material automatically goes into different slots, so it doesn't actually take up any cargo space. That's Prospector. We'll grab that too. The Prospector limpet, you can stay here. I don't need you. And the first station we stop in, we can always swap over to that. Now, I think the Great Phantom probably has a little bit better hardpoint access. You probably have more access to different slots on it. So if the band, they can at least take a couple of these. We don't really need that much, but if we have multiple, it'll make it easier. Looks like the only ones we have here are for slots 5. Everything else is far away. One's better than none, at least, though. So we got 1-5. Let's just store the shield generator for now. Grab that collector limpets. We'll grab another one of you. I believe we also have an operation limpet. Okay, so that'll be size 3, so that'll be you. Alright, rest of that should work. So we still have our frame boost. We have a little bit of cargo, but it doesn't really matter for what we're doing. Alright, we're good. Jump wise, let's head over to Ulha's Vision. CD 44224. Yep. Be able to get our encoded material first. Knock that out of the way, and then we'll loop back around. Then this is going to be strictly for the Corvette, so we'll get the laser build set up on that guy. Then we'll worry about like the whole components later on. Honestly, we could probably outfit like a Great Phantom again with it, since it has enough of the optional slots that I think we should be able to do mostly slots 5 on it and have a good enough jump range. Or we'll load up on our I don't know if the cutter actually has enough slots or not. The cutter might be able to hold it, so it's got a better jump range than a Corvette at least.
Frameshift drive charging.
You have departed the no-fire zone.
3, 2, 1.
4, 3, 2, 1.
But now it's going to be play a game of back and forth, whole bunch. Hopefully we have enough of the raw materials. I believe we do, since we went out and like farmed a ton last time. I think that's the only tree that we really had like completely maxed out. Everything else is like sort of mid-range. Stations, Ulha's Vision. This up a little bit. We'll get to about 1300, then we'll drop out. A little bit too fast. All right, so maybe 1800 would have been better. This is sort of the slower stuff, really dangerous, but it is something that we did need to eventually get like knocked out, so we may as well go to do this while everything is like relatively calm. So once again, eventually they're going to have like Thargoids or a lot of like crazy things dropping, so we definitely want to make sure that we're prepared for it. Last time we got kind of lucky when we started with everything going on, so we were able to utilize it for a lot of money. Might have passed that one twice. Right, so this is for the... So we're going to need polymer here. And leveling things up, we have the option of doing ground combat, space combat, or doing some more like engineering for our characters on the ground, because I haven't actually done any of that either. We got through like the base stuff of it. There's a lot of other components that we don't have yet for it. so let's see, which one were we needing here?
Contact. Docking restraints engaged. Welcome.
That's for notes for later on, so we need to get the modified embedded firmware. That's going to be full of a lot of spreadsheets of figuring what all we need. So stay tuned for that. Alright, so we got you. We are going to need a, well, we've got a lot of adaptives, so let's see. That takes us to 14, which isn't really the best. 36, alright, so that's only going to be one. So if we're going off the assumption that it's like 5 per, we're going to need more still. We could just load up, and we'll come back for the rest of the materials later on anyways, because so far we haven't need the rest of this stuff. It'll take us to 22. Hey friend, how's it going? Alright, so that's 28. I believe that is all of the things that we'll need for encoded for a while at least. Question is, do we just go ahead and empty it out and just fill it all in this one? It looks like most of like the bottom end stuff I got mostly full. It's just this top end stuff that we're definitely lacking on. We'll be okay for now. Let's see, so you... It's only 2,000 credits, it's fine. Alright, so that one's done. So let's head over to the next station, which would be... Well, that's the easy place to remember. Ball Station? There's relaxing and storming outside, so can't really sleep. Well, it's been storming pretty bad here too. Last time we played, we ended up getting like most of the engineers unlocked, but we didn't actually like put too much into like getting everything min-max. So today, my goal is going to be just like top everything off and like fully outfit my Corvette. I got it to most of the stages to where it's at least on stage 1. I'm hoping just to max that out for the lasers. I think it's already have all their elements on, if I remember correctly.
Landing gear retracted.
Then at some point we'll, I don't know, probably do the Corvette and then a medium ship, possibly a Thargoid ship, although I I think a lot of the combat stuff is going to be interchangeable, so I don't really think it's going to be too big of a deal, like having one like fully dedicated to Thargoids, especially like if it's not going to be coming around too often. I feel like most of those ships are going to have the same components where it comes to like the hold strength, especially if I have one setup for pirate hunting, then one setup for Thargoids. But there is one thing I want to test. I want to test if a pre-engineered ship, if you engineer those components, then you blow up, are you going to be paying the price that you pay to engineer them, or are you going to be paying hardly anything? So I know you have to pay extra if you like change the modules, then it's no longer like the stock components. But if you keep the same components and upgrade those like exact components that were listed before, technically they still have the special symbol, so you might be able to engineer whatever their loadout for the recommended is. Which, for example, the pirates, you don't really need anything like too crazy. So that's why I might keep the default Corsair build and just like see what they actually do with it. Or if it doesn't work at all, then, you know, change everything on it. At least that's where I'm at so far. Haven't really like figured too much out on it. This one we're going to need a lot of materials though, so I'm assuming that I'm probably going to need my lipids to go around and like gather a whole bunch of stuff, which is why we grabbed some. But we'll see if we're lucky first, and if not, then we know where we need to start. Ooh. One thing I forgot to check when we left though is if he was already grade 5, then I won't have to actually go down to that station. I just have to go back to my fleet carrier. And even if not, it's going to take like 1, maybe 2 guns upgraded and it should get to grade 5. And then we won't have to worry about going down there anymore, as long as each thing already has their experimental effect on. And then if that's the case, we'll probably get like 1 laser for some of our other ships. And then we can jump to a new spot since we won't need him anymore. Or at least just put the experimental effect on. Have you played much Elite lately, friend? Now this is where we originally met you on. I think you've been on Warframe a lot more recently though. Let's see.
Welcome to Imperial Sovereign Territory. Please approach at a safe speed and comply with station regulations.
'Hopefully we have enough materials for this, so we'll at least get the conductive components, and then we can see if we can get the rest. I'm trying to reverse, we forgot to call him.
Trespassing in a secured docking facility. You are strongly advised to exit this area at once. Landing permission
Scan
refused.
detected.
Excuse you.
Permission granted. Land on designated pad number 206.
Six like right here or something? Yep.
Landing gear deployed. Hull integrity compromised.
Alright, so we got that.
Landing complete. Systems offline. We trust this facility will serve you well, Commander.
I sure hope so. Alright, so what do we start with? We definitely need conductive components. We're going basically everything in this bottom row. Around for the original what now, friend? Original Elite Dangerous? Do you like the engineering so far? You're pretty deep into it. I don't mind it too much. I mean, it's kind of like sports games where you sort of like run over and grab like a bonus, then you're like, oh, congratulations, your car is 3% faster. I don't really feel like it's like too in-depth when it comes to like teaching you the engineering mechanics behind it. I don't know how many people would actually want it more in-depth though, because like older, I guess like Nintendo 64 is the best way I can describe it. Like they had a game for NASCAR back then where they actually like fully wrote out like the wedge, and you had to like learn what the different mechanics were, and it actually kind of taught you some of the physics behind it, where this game doesn't really do that. But then again, a lot of games haven't recently done that, so can't really fault them too much for it. But that would have been something cool, I think. Obviously, some people might think that's way too over-engineered and complicated. I also think that I don't have too much materials around here. So I think that's the one I'm going to need the most of, actually. That makes sense. The game I played on the 360 called Pure, it was like the ATV racing. Sounds kind of similar to what you were talking about. Yeah, I mean, I know a lot of people aren't too big of fans when it gets like too complicated. Some people get like turned away from it. But I think like, I don't know, somewhat of the teaching experience is kind of cool in those kind of games, because it's something that most people wouldn't really think about thinking of. Now let's see here. I mean, that might be enough. We also need the electro rays. Oops. What did you think of it, though? Oh, and the polymer capacitors, too. That was another one. Let's see here. Not exactly the best trade-off. Okay, so I guess that one can only trigger with certain types. 4. It was restrictively complex and more grindy that didn't even interact with it. I maybe upgraded one single part on my original Sidewinder and never touched the system again until the rework, of course. Really? That's interesting. I mean, honestly, it hasn't seemed too bad. So 5, 10, 15, 20. It's before. That one's going to be short, though. trying to figure out how to do it with the materials that we have on hand without having to like gather too much. Although I know eventually tonight I'm gonna have to start gathering. Oh, we can see where we're at. We should be good on encoded. Everything else though is going to be the question mark. Now let's head back over to where we started from. Oops. Pretty much everyone liked the universal rework. Hey, you know what? That's always great when the whole community stands behind something. It's like, oh, that's actually a great idea.
Ship released. You are reminded to observe safe speeds when traversing the docking bay.
Landing gear retracted.
I will say, I still haven't done like anything at all for like power play yet. I know that's another thing that I kind of need to get to get like the prismatic shields and all that kind of stuff. So I'll have to do my introduction quest after we change for the last one.
Speed restrictions lifted. Imperial Flight Operations Bureau wish you a safe onward journey.
Though, I mean, if we get all the ships engineered that we're wanting to today, it wouldn't hurt to do that.
3, 2, 1.
We'll see where we're at, though. To be honest, it wasn't too bad for me when I finally didn't mind the intro quest. I mean, yeah, I did mine with. It wasn't Aisling, Alyssa, I believe. And then we found out that where we were told Platinum would be at, there was no Platinum, and then we decided to go against her, and we went to Mahone, I believe. Mahone? I don't even remember who we signed up for. It's the guy who owns Capricorn EB. I just haven't actually done his introduction quest, so everything's just been slowly stacking up in the background. Federation? I may, possibly. I remember his color is green, I can tell you that. I was just sort of going with the flow with whatever the rest of the group decided to do as their main engineer. Those are different shades of blue? Yeah, I think he is independent. I should be able to look at my little contact panel.
Welcome, Commander. Docking permission will be granted following a successful eligibility check.
Well, never mind. I guess they don't list who you're doing it for. Requesting permission to dock.
A landing pad has been assigned to you, Commander.
You see who you're paired with in your utility battle.
Landing gear.
Even if I'm not paired with anyone yet.
Hull integrity compromised.
Docking successful. Clamps engaged.
The utility panel?
How may we assist you?
Actually, hold on. It'll be much easier doing it this way. Da, da, da. Then that would be orange. There we go. Yuri Grom. Alright, so let's see. So, engineering. Go for the guy with lasers. No, we only have grade 3. Alright, so we are going to have to go back to the planet. Well, technically, you're a parent if you have the quest. Yeah, he's just been waiting for a very long time. But technically, yeah. I think it was like the 3rd or 4th week when we made that decision. Oh. Ship can only carry 0, but you have 27. Alright, well, I guess we'll be buying more later on anyways. I guess for next time, I probably should have just, like, stored them inside the fleet carrier. I'm pretty sure I could have done a buy order for those, maybe? I don't know if that would have worked. Yuri is independent because he doesn't like how the feds do government, so he broke away. The settlements. Have you played Guild Wars 2 yet, friends? Been a lot of MMOs lately, so I might pick that one up on the channel again. My plate's full? Well, I was just wondering if you ever played it.
Frameshift drive charging.
Farewell, Commander.
Kind of old at this point. I think it's like 12 years old now.
Engage. Warning. Frameshift drive operating beyond safety limits. Warning. Temperature critical.
I've wanted to, but I just never had the opportunity to set time aside. Well, just so you know, sort of like in Final Fantasy XIV, Guild Wars 2 technically did go free to play for their base game, but they don't have a monthly fee. With that aside, I recommend at least spending $30 in the game and getting the first DLC, because that allows you to get mounts, and instead of having to walk around, you can actually move much quicker. If you're into that kind of thing. If you did end up getting it. Though my issue with that game now is I'm running out of storage in it. I have to do the same thing I did with Final Fantasy and start actually working on trader jobs. Maybe one day soon if I am itching for something to play. Snow Hobbs has been talking about World of Warcraft lately a lot. Did you watch Summer Game Fest, by the way? I did not. Was there anything good out?
Orbital flight engaged.
Thankfully, a lot of the games that people like watching on my channel are kind of already out, so I don't really have to rely too much on that. But I do like to try to keep somewhat up to date. I'm excited for the new Mafia game when that releases. I think it's going to be sort of like South of Midnight, though, where people watch it like the first week and then afterwards it's just done. New Jurassic World Evolution, I think. I just caught the back end of it. Ooh. You know, they are having a new movie out, so I was wondering if they would have that. I wonder if that's a new game entirely, or if that's just the DLC part. And also, I wonder if I could actually... No, probably not. Frontier, like, separates everything into, like, different categories. So they have Elite partners, Evolution partners, and then Tycoon partners. I played the second one a little bit on my channel. It was a terrible disaster. The whole park tried to eat me. If it's 3 or a DLC, I saw dinosaurs and then the Frontier logo. Yeah, definitely have to check into that. I would have to assume it would be a third one, just based on the fact that the second one seemed like they like fully did everything with it. Or maybe not. It could be a DLC.
Dynamics, Charlie, Romeo.
I saw Elite Dangerous is gearing up for their squadron soon.
Online. Welcome, Commander. Request docking permission if you wish to land. Clearance granted. Proceed to landing pad 05.
Then for Mecha Break, personally, July 11th. Honestly, I quit getting excited for mech games after they ruined Titanfall. I think that was probably the best mech game that sort of involved some ground mechanics and machines. Then they just like completely abandoned it.
Landing gear deployed. Hull integrity compromised. Taking damage.
It's like the Gundam Mech, Pink Armored Core, but PvP.
Landing operation complete. Commence system shutdown. Welcome, Commander.
So let's see what we ended up with. Oh, there was a playtest. I must have missed it. Played a playtest of a game called Ferocious. I walked around aimlessly like an idiot for like an hour and a half this morning trying to figure out how to do their puzzle. And it turns out it was just in a totally different area. I guess I was trying to break into a spot that I wasn't supposed to be in. Math was with everything being 5. Some of this stuff is taking more than 5, so that's going to be a little bit more complicated. Got you to level 5 though, so I don't have to worry about coming back to the planet at least. It was like 4 or 6 months ago, no idea they put the playtest out so far because it seemed pretty much complete. You know what, I'd rather a game do that than be like 100% sure that everything's ready than like rush it out having a playtest like the week before they're releasing and have everything be completely broke. I'm wondering if this eventually failed at one point, like in the old system, because I noticed they had like available attempts. Yeah, okay. That one already has the thermal vent on. Pretty sure we're going to run out of the electrochemical rays. Although, if we can use the manually and find a system that's in a boom state with... I guess we would still need to jump the carrier there, though. It used to be RNG, now it's limited number before you can no longer ever upgrade that part ever again? Really? Why does that say 10 on me, then? This is a different part. So maybe you're only able to engineers. Well, that's 23. Yeah, I guess we'll have to figure out what happens with that. That's kind of odd. And so you're locked in. You also have a thermal vent, so we don't have to touch you anymore. Alright, so let's try number 3. Really want you to specialize modules and swap them in and out rather than just constantly rework places over and over and never take it out? Oh. I don't know if I really like that. So basically they want it so you have like a certain amount of level 3 laser beams that you just take off and put into your other ships. I'll say, man, it would be real convenient if you did like more than half. I know, but it's per part, not per person. Well, the good news is the Corvette is like 90% of the way done then. Let's see, so we got you. It'd be real convenient if these smaller guns need less components. We could just, you know, knock it out in 2 hits. I don't think we're going to get that lucky, but I mean, man, it'd be convenient. So good on this one. I thought it was going to be the rays that gave us the issue, but it seems like the rays actually held out and it was the other one. Yeah, polymer capacitors we're going to run out before we even finish. Ooh. Wait, what? As weapon strikes temporarily enhance. Oh, gotcha. Okay, so that's the one to heal, anyways. We do that. You. Engineering now is very much like a permanent upgrade rather than what they used to be, which was a min-maxing system. Interesting. So I was thinking I was going to have to like run back and forth a whole bunch, like grab everything for like multiple different ships. If you know Riven mods from Warframe, that's how it used to be. Well, seems like we got past the electrochemical rays, so we just need polymer capacitors, and then we'll be able to get both of those to grade 5. I mean, honestly, we don't really have to worry about that, so... I guess it's mainly determined if we can find more grade 3 weapons that we can actually fit. So now we're going to need at least 1 grade 3 weapon for Thargoids. Cool off at least. Let's see what we actually have up top. I might have some upgraded stuff on that ship anyways.
Woogity woogity.
Hello. How you doing tonight?
Takeoff procedure complete. Clear for departure.
Getting caught up on my engineering since I've been sort of skipping in this game.
Say what now?
That I'm getting caught up on my engineering. Last time me and Sniper went around the world and basically unlocked most of the engineers we need for combat. So now I'm actually going around and doing the things that I need to do.
Ready to engage.
Good news is, if they ever add in Thargoid stuff, we should have enough stuff set up to do it better.
Warning. Engagement operating beyond safe.
Clearly just upgrading everything. I don't know. Wow, what's up?
I installed Arc.
Sorry, what now?
I uninstalled Arc. More than enough Elite Dangerous.
Oh! Which ARC did you uninstall? Ascended or the original? I haven't even tried Ascended. I mean, honestly, I kind of figured that since it, you know, you can only do so much with the rework.
And they made it so that all your mod devs can either charge you for their mods or recognize for being good if they do.
Warning. Engagement operating beyond safety limits.
Obviously. Oh, greedy bullshit.
Someone agree with that and say, I don't know. Seemed like when I initially got into ARC, I was a console mainly specific player. Then they added in like this whole, oh yeah, we're going to have like sponsored mods and everything, and they made it seem like those mods would actually make it 2 consoles, which I think, you know, if they spend time and actually like put credible mods on their marketplace, I think that's completely fine. Because obviously there's going to be mods that are broken and mods that aren't looked after as much, but like Center, all those like really cool ones, I'm surprised they quit trying to do that for the community.
No. I know they made it so that all the cool ones in a sense, but become part of the game. You pay for monthly money.
I'm not on consoles.
Well, at least on a PC.
You have to pay to use mods on PC? It's different.
Ones that are free, ones that you can. No, it's all different if you want. I don't mind giving money to people their time to do like that. The reality of it is that mods have always been just put their people on development.
Hey Softy, doing pretty good, how about you? Did with Skyrim, to be honest, the Creators Club? Yeah, but Skyrim's always kind of had that same mentality where ARC was just initially just, it was on the Steam Workshop and there was a mod you saw you liked, you just downloaded it and it's what it was.
I am glad though that they got basically called out for trying to take away original ARC. They had to bring it
Light
back
gear deployed.
as they tried to replace ARC with ARC Descendants and no longer access to
Scan detected.
already made.
You're talking about the official servers or everything?
Hull integrity
I
complete.
didn't really follow it too much.
Docking confirmed. Ship has docked. Hello, Commander.
It isn't any better, but I mean, at least the game we'll make a local.
I mean, honestly, I'm not too disappointed about that. I don't even know people who play on official anymore. Those kind of games are so much more fun whenever it's on a boosted server.
Nobody played. I mean, I think the total population playing Arc Ascended right now is like. The most people I saw on a server was like 20. One of the ones fast paced.
Random name. It is the world's most random name. I don't even know how to pronounce this. Tlakakakalanhatan. And go on. Sorry, I was very distracted by this very unique system name. Right.
Or having to worry about some Chinese hacker or 12-year-old scripts out of your base.
I think the whole running server thing is new, though. They said something about they added it in before launch.
Well, they added. They'll have the whole monopolized or server host recommended about Atrado and the one. They're the same company. I mean, there's no.
Pretty. Trying to find a booming economy. On a server where you can turn it off when everyone is offline got me out of it, it would start to feel like a chore to log in daily just to feed my animals and then not have time for literally anything else. Because the clan had so much log on, collect food, feed, get off. Wait, what are you talking about, friend? Ark? It needed as a feeding trough and everything would have been bad. Hold on, so let's get out of that. Why is there no booming economies anywhere nearby? Industrial. Pacific clan I was in had too many for a single trough and they spread them out into their own little barns, so while we had them I still had to fill around 9 of them. It only takes like a second to fill up a trough though. That's nothing.
Flight sticks or do you mouse and keyboard?
Both.
I
Like
mean, when you actually pilot the craft.
Both. I swap over to mouse and keyboard whenever I'm like really trying not to die. I'm still better with aiming with mouse over my flight sticks, but if I'm just like flying around like normally, then I just use my flight sticks. It feels more natural.
Are you throttle and stick or duo stick?
Throttle and stick.
Operator is.
No, it's very smooth to operate. Just my aim's better with mouse and keyboard still.
Not a stick.
Oh.
That I wanted.
So let's get on the map. We're in the Mandalay already, so that's a good sign. Let's head over to this system, and then we'll work from there. What are you trying to do tonight? Is your version of progressing? Well, I mean, like, there's different things. Like, are you trying to make a ship that can solo things? Are you trying to, like, progress ground stuff, air stuff, mining stuff? It's like, I don't know what you have.
Retracted.
And honestly, probably the Thargoid stuff would be considered endgame. I think that would be more challenging than most pirate stuff.
I want you to get to a point where I can do a game, whether it's solo or group.
Well, if you went solo or with group content, then I'd probably do engineering.
Frameshift drive charging.
Honestly, the stats that you get is going to be exponential for that kind of stuff, so it'll allow you to take a lot more hits. Like, your whole strength can go from like 2,000 all the way up to like 10,000 in some ships. Like, it's a huge difference when you have it fully engineered.
Frameshift drive charging.
There's some materials that you can get super easy. The one that's kind of hard to get is the raw material, though, which is all the way across the galaxy. You said you already have the game downloaded? How much does Steam actually read from yours? Yeah. I noticed my Steam never goes up that high, so I was curious, like...
Now, mine is about 30 megabytes, but I'm not actually tapped into it. Processing shit.
I think the highest I've seen mine get up to is like 865.
I mean, the thing about Steam is turn off their whole download, whatchamacallit, it's eliminating it.
So I actually saw online, and it helped a couple people out. It's very ironic the way they do it, but sometimes you actually get faster speeds by telling Steam to use less speed. Boom! Haha! You there. You might have a station.
Frameshift drive charging.
And the Guardian power plant materials. You know, I haven't actually unlocked the Guardian power plant yet, friend. You use the Guardian one over regular ones?
4, 3,
Actually, that's another good point. There's a lot of Guardian tech materials too that'll help get more towards, well, I mean, I guess technically that's more geared towards Thargoid stuff. What exactly are you trying to do? Are you trying to explore? Are you trying to do combat stuff, like on-ground stuff?
Trying to make money so I can actually buy ships, more shit with.
Hello, Sniper. How's it going?
Spent the day trolling people in Dying Light. Kind of fun.
You're off today?
Okay. This guy.
You were able to play it at work?
No.
Oh.
Thought you were being.
They dropped a big gameplay trailer for their new game coming out, Beast. They also dropped the $60 price point for it. And I sat back, stirring the pot like one does.
The only time we don't have a Guardian power plant is the Titan War, because it would have melted from caustics. I have to look into that one, friend.
Right.
He said it's... I don't want to hear it, Sniper, but Tuesday, Wednesday, or Wednesday and Thursday?
Fuck's sake.
I know it's somewhere in the middle of the week, alright? Hard enough time keeping track of my own schedule, that's so random.
But mine's not random. It's been the same since the day we met.
But has it?
It has.
You say that, but I keep mixing it up, so that means it hasn't been, since my mind it keeps getting mixed up.
Definitely.
It is. So is it Tuesday, Wednesday, or Wednesday, Thursday?
Hey, Thursday.
Wednesday, Thursday, you said.
Yes.
His work schedule.
Charlie Romeo Echo.
Never. Life ever.
Hey, it took me the world's longest time to remember my father's birthday. I'm awful with dates.
37.
It's not even a date. It happens every week.
I know. Hey, and it's real easy.
Yep, coming around again.
Scan detected.
Oh, for my Corvette.
I overcharged all of mine.
Yeah. And I won't have to worry about the thermal load.
Hull integrity compromised.
Maybe it's not the most efficient, but it gives me enough power for everything without joining else.
Complete. Aligned when ready. We trust this facility will serve you well, Commander.
Yeah, it's been a while since we played Elite, so I was trying to figure out what to do, and I was like, oh, well, we, like, 90% finished engineering. I just need to actually get the materials to finish it.
I couldn't for the life of me remember.
Couldn't either. That's why it took me a few minutes to start. I was like, what is there actually to do? Dave was said he decided to abandon Ark and get rid of it.
Cargo hold at maximum capacity.
I like Ark.
I mean, the game itself's not bad, but the veneer does kind of rub off. Shiny veneer kind of rubs off when you come to realize, like, what's
Don't really need that.
You know, there's always that immortal question of, do you support that kind of stuff, or...
I'm sticking with the most basic thing that I'm sure some people will be upset by the statement. People don't care how your shirt's made. I mean, people say all the time how they hate the way it's made, but you're still going to buy it because it's cheap. People like it Ark because of the game, not because of who made it.
Please exit the station safely and promptly.
Hull
Oops.
Integrity critical. Eject.
Okay, well then.
Wrong button.
Eject.
Okay. Oh,
That was a really long button.
philosophical question.
Fine, get the first death out the way.
Press tab instead of 1, dude.
Now I clicked my throttle button when I went to just give it a little bit of throttle.
But that repair is gonna cost you.
It's just a Mandalay.
The thrust vest. Like, what is
Fancy. Now, when you say throttle, you mean it's like a boat or something where, like, your left side is where your throttle is? That we- Yeah.
Alright, now for the philosophical question.
Cargo hold.
If you were to find out 100% confirmed that shirt was made by child slave labor, would you still buy it because it's cheap?
Compared to what?
The next shirt that costs maybe an extra $5.
That you think is also made by the same place?
No, it's not made by the same place. It's made by another company that doesn't use child slave labor. But it's more expensive. But you know, you don't have that whole child slave labor thing attached to it.
I think they look cool. And because they're cheap.
Still buy it?
Money is money. It's an awful thing, but money is money.
I can't doubt your conviction. I can't doubt your conviction. I'll say that.
You are now clear of the station. Imperial Flight Operations Bureau now signing off.
Would you not buy it?
No, I wouldn't.
Yeah, you wouldn't if you found something with a great deal.
No. Some
That I'm
things
impressed.
in life are worth paying the extra $5 for, and if it means having some random like dude in India make it versus the child in chains in North Korea, yeah, I would definitely pick. I'd actually pay the extra $5. It's a shirt.
That poor dude's also working in a sweatshop.
4, 3, 2.
Yeah, but you can walk away and work at a scam call center if it's that bad.
It is that. You said a scam call center? Oh my god, you're getting worse and worse.
But with the whole child slave labor thing, they can't do that. They got the whole chains holding them back thing going.
Sniper, do you own an iFruit?
No, I do not.
Do you own a droid?
Nike either.
What does Nike have to do with anything?
Nike also is. I see where a friend is going. And Nike is right there with iPhones.
Problem is, Nike is just sort of a given. Yeah, there's only like 2 shoe companies that make big enough shoes for me.
I wear New Balances because I'm old and my feet need the exercise.
I don't know if New Balance makes big enough shoes anymore.
Oh, they do. They make up to
Do they?
size 15. I got a pair.
Longest time it was really hard to get anywhere but Nike to have a size 13 that was actually in stock.
Well, I mean, I have to go to Amazon to get them.
If your iPhone, or if your phone has a lithium battery, it was made by children if you've had it within the past 15 years.
Debatable. I'm pretty sure we have some lithium around here. Untapped resources.
Yeah, exactly, untapped. We don't use our stuff, we use everyone else's stuff. That's how we stay a superpower.
Frameshift drive charging. Frameshift.
But the joke's on friend because I run with a good old-fashioned Motorola Razr that I've had since I was 21.
2, 1.
Use a flip phone?
It's not like a bad thing.
I just expected more.
You usually do expect it. That's your problem. Simple man. Simple needs.
Hello, Elite. We're having a philosophical question about would you buy stuff that are cheap if you think it's made from nefarious ways, or if you'd pay...
Very important that you just prove it beyond shadow of doubt that they were using child slave labor to get.
Or would you pay an extra $3,000 and buy your Gucci purse? Same with EV cars, especially Tesla. The lithium for their batteries. Most of the lithium in America imports products was mined for the same 5 mines that could use child labor.
Hey, I did a smart thing.
What was it?
Apparently, I put my Corvette on the carrier, so it's.
Oh, there you go. I think last time I actually jumped it.
Yeah, you did.
Well, I told you to hop on it. Even Elite says he doesn't know what he would pick for that answer. I feel like most people would pick the cheaper route.
I would.
Well, that is very honorable of you.
Eventually, your morals have to come into play.
Most people wouldn't know is the realistic answer.
This is how I think about it. Buy the cheaper one. Save that money, right? That $5. Just put that $5 away into a savings account. Let that interest grow, and in about 10, 15 years, you'll have enough money. You can actually hire mercenaries to go in there and kill all the people that are. To go the whole high road route. I mean, ultimately, what are you changing by a cheaper shirt so that you can actually live a cheaper life? Survive out there.
I am simply choosing to
Programming
get
the
involved
drone.
and support citizens.
Programming the impid drone. Programming the impid drone. Cargo
Including
scope.
with my
Go on, my minions, go collect for me.
Just like I do with ARK when I refuse to buy anything from them because of their shitty business practices.
One thing I know is they really dropped the ball with their sponsored mods program.
It's a good game. I won't doubt that. It was definitely fun for a long time. But see the things the company pulls, the way it treats its players, like we're just an open mouth with money in our hand waiting to be fed. I have to say, no, I don't want to support that. I would gladly spend the $40 on a game like
Star Citizen.
Expedition 33.
Lean's gonna get Game of the Year.
I want it to be, yeah. You can tell. Well, you can't tell that Chumbador kind of but you could tell by playing it that very small team put a lot of love and passion into it.
Talking about Game of the Year, not that they didn't put a lot of quality into the game. I'm not arguing that part.
Quality. Not just quality, like I said, love and passion. They really did it well.
I am really interested to see how Mafia does and how Mind Eye does. Those are two really interesting games coming out soon. Mind Eye is a weird name, but basically it's made from the original people who made Grand Theft Auto. Let's be real, a gacha is gonna win Game of the Year. Well, I don't think it'll be Elden Ring since, well, a lot of people raised the uproar last time, so I think that one's eliminated from the competition.
Only they care about what people think. It's a freaking award show, they don't care.
I think they somewhat care.
like every other award show, whether it be about movies, music. It's all about a group of people getting together to smell each other's farts and declare themselves kings.
Drive charging. 4.
I don't think Rockstar is going to get it, but that's because they refuse to make a game.
Let's say not this year, but next year is guaranteed.
You know how Rockstar's always kind of had like a little bit of a trolly side to them? It'd be kind of interesting to see if they just decided to release it December 24th, just to see if they would get Game of the Year in one day. That'd be mildly amusing to see if that would technically classify as being part of this year. It's not going to happen, but it'd be amusing to see if technically a game released for one day in the year could be considered Game of the Year.
Frameshift drive charging.
Yeah, Conan, or not Conan, Dune Awakening had a lot of PvE content. Just I don't know, like in a large group, how much time you'd actually have, because it seemed to be a little bit more linear compared to like Conan and Ark, for example. I'm debating if I should get it at the full price of $50 or wait for it to go on sale for $20. As long as FromSoft wins their Game of the Year every time they release a game, I'm perfectly fine. I'm going to be honest, friend, I've seen a lot of hate for the newest release from FromSoft, so I don't think that they're going to win it this year. Yes, the newest release.
So what is the news? Is it the Elden Ring DLC? Is that what you're considering?
Is it a DLC or is it a standalone? I thought it was a standalone. I don't know, the Night Rain, whatever that is. Is that a DLC or is that a standalone product?
No, it says it's Elden Ring. Night, whatever.
Friend says it's a standalone. I think they used the same name and then they just like tacked another thing. The thing is, they did like a really weird principle in it. They wanted to make it so it was designed from the ground up with 3 people in mind. Not 2, not 1, 3. So 3 is the optimum amount. If you have less than that, apparently the game has like an issue like trying to like level scale correctly based on like 1 and 2 people. Prince says like get out of hell for Saints Row if you know what that is.
Oh, so it sucks.
I'm not saying that, I'm sure a lot of people like it, but there was a lot of people that were displeased by the fact that they chose 3 to be focused on instead of 2, or having a good 2-player support.
Is
That delivery job one where you run through town, crash into everybody?
You ever played Long Drive?
I don't think so.
Basically, the premise is you get to survive in this. I don't know how to explain it. So you drive with the car up, survive zombies and monsters. I've never finished it. That's the Long Drive. Drive Beyond Horizons. In game, just more detail, more vehicles. A little bit of a laugh. I don't know how many hours mixing up all of the vehicles and making a train out of it. It's that big deal.
They fixed a lot of the scaling with the latest update? Yeah, that's what I was saying, friend. It had a lot of hate in the beginning, so I don't know if they're going to win Game of the Year based on that initial hate. They could, but there's a lot of games where people were instantly saying, oh, this is going to be Game of the Year contender. Honestly, I still think we're in a very down period. And I said it before, but I'll say it again. Expedition 33, it's a really good game, but I don't know how much of the younger audience can stand the turn-based combat. Although, we're not having Fortnite win, so I could be wrong. Maybe the younger audience doesn't actually have as big of a voice as I thought.
Landing gear deployed. Hull integrity compromised. Taking damage.
Landing complete. Ship secured.
Take a look at it at the end of the stream, Drabos.
Commander.
As always, hate when a new FromSoft game comes out, though. It's people getting filtered by the tutorial boss and angry that they can't play or maybe wasted money. Past or present, there's still people upset that they got filtered by the Demon Souls boss who stole your currency every hit and have to have this day sworn off all FromSoft games. So you think that Night Rain is Game of the Year contender then, Brent? I don't really play those kind of games, so it's hard for me to be like, oh yeah, that's a great game for Game of the Year. It's really all you can hold? Must have been the polymer capacitors that I ran out on. Alright, so that should be enough to get both of those maxed out. I mean, I feel like it could have a chance, but I don't think they're going for it. I still need to actually play it. Miss the days when Pokemon was taking the world by storm. Now kids won't even play that because it's way too slow for them. Kids don't play Pokemon anymore? So we can go on and just keep grabbing the materials, then once we're done, see where we're at. I'm sure I'm going to need more by the end of the night anyways. By the way, Sniper, is there any other ships that you want to engineer? I could call them to my carrier while it's still there. You don't want a medium ship?
Detachment sequence complete. You are clear for departure.
Playing around, really. Nothing like have a purpose. Just playing around with weapons.
Landing gear retracted.
What are you going to do for combat?
I'll figure it out.
Frameshift drive charging.
The plan's going to be to get that done, then probably head over to where we can get our hull strength mods, which I assume is probably going to take a while too. But I guess that sort of depends on what ships can hold hull strength though. So friend pointed something out earlier that I didn't realize when we started tonight. So each of the components can only have a certain amount of upgrades that you can do to them now. So when you're engineering in the top right corner there, it actually has a number. So you can't actually have like every single ship that you own, like have them their own unique engineered set and everything. You have to share everything. I don't know if you knew that or not. What ships do you have in this game, Dravos?
Oh, I don't remember.
Oh, Oh, I almost did a bad thing.
Do you have any store-bought ships? They can have their own unique sets, and just like you can't keep engineering the same exact parts over and over, you have to buy new parts to keep upgrading. Well, that's what I'm saying, friend. I had like 3 different unique grade 4 lasers, or sorry, I think it was like 2 or 3 unique grade 4 lasers on my Corvette, but the number in the top right was going down for each component, even though they're separate guns. It wasn't the same gun I was upgrading. By the time I got to the last one, it said I only had like 10 upgrades left. The thing is based on per part, not just per item. Alright, so that should be good.
Frameshift drive charging.
By the way, you might need to spend some time remapping everything on your flight sticks. Oh yeah, and for games like Star Citizen, you want to have a backup of your settings for your flight sticks. Anytime you like fully unplug them, it will erase your saved presets. Call seriously disappeared as soon as I got close to it.
Happens.
Damn, that's very inconvenient. Alright, so we got 3 minutes to get over there. But now what? Well, I've skipped past a few areas on accident. So you do this whole 75% rule when you're flying slow sniper. What is your rule when it comes to warp speed? When do you jump out?
I usually jump out within 100 light seconds.
No way you slow down enough in 100. Jumping on at like 1300 and still flying past.
You also have to like pull back on the throttle.
Okay, what part do you pull back on the throttle?
Okay, jump out.
And that's enough to slow you down?
Yeah, most times.
You usually have to jump out at like 2000 or more to slow down enough. Should be able to just keep your throttle on blue the whole time and it will auto slow you down.
Programming limpet drone. Cargo scoop deployed. Programming limpet drone. Programming limpet drone.
Still working on how to figure it out before I make a video on it, friend. Do you know how to actually like properly do a alternating fire shot? Like where half of your ship shoots once and the other half shoots? Oh, well that's different. So each high grade emission area drops a different part sniper, is that how this works?
I think it has a lot to do with like what stage the system.
It's the same system and it's the same state, but this one's dropping Imperial shielding, where the last one dropped like military something or another. Thought it was just the same thing I was going to get the whole time, sort of like encoded, so that like I got rid of all of it, assuming that I would get it again, but apparently I was wrong.
But yeah, you're not going to get it encoded from
No, but
planet scan beacon.
yeah, I meant like encoded though. You only get like 2 or 3 of them scanned, and then you like lower everything down. That's how I thought the manufacturer was going to be. Because last time I only had one thing the entire time, and now it's something else the entire time. The same system. I'm sure you don't suck at combat, friend.
Combat? What kind of combat?
Team they're talking about in this game. I was wondering if a friend knew how to do the alternate firing methods. Oh, Sniper, you said you saw the State of Play earlier today? Or whatever it's called.
I was too busy trolling the Dying Light Discord.
I was curious if you had information.
I mean, like I said, I know they dropped a new gameplay trailer. But yeah, like I said, they also dropped the $60 price point for what is essentially a standalone DLC. So, friend over there, Jen, was pointing that out. And of course, being the Dying Light, the official Dying Light Discord, a few people felt a certain way about him talking about it like that. You know how it is. So, you know.
Is it... Well, it depends. Is it worthy of $60? Like, how much content's in it?
I don't think it's going to be $60.
I wouldn't mind it if it's like one of those like 20+ hour DLCs. 'Cause, I mean, some games do ridiculously large size updates. I can stand behind that. Other than that, if it's just like probably 4 hours or less, then it'd be like, well, that was kind of wasted. Splitgate 2 was funny because the guy walks on stage wearing a MiG FPS grid again and says, we all want Titanfall 3 and we're tired of all these CODs, then just announced Splitgate 2 will be a battle royale moving away from the portal for different features. I saw, sort of like how Sniper was trolling the Dying Light Discord, I saw somebody who made a comment like a really long time ago, and then the developer like turned him down saying it was stupid and nobody wanted it. Someone suggested in the first Slipgate to have in sliding, sort of like how Call of Duty has like the slide around corners on your knees. And then now that's like one of the main features for Slipgate 2. Which I thought that game was kind of fun at the beginning. It got a little bit too competitive for me though, so I never was like really big into it. I had a really fun time with Lemnis Gate. Then that game just died off completely. Did you ever play that one? Dravos or Sniper? Lemnis Gate? It was like... It was a very weird, it was like a time-driven FPS game. Like each turn, your team would have a certain amount of... Well, it's not even a certain amount of steps. Each turn, your team could do a certain amount of things, and then you had to lock in your position for the next round. Then the other team would have their time to do the same thing. So instead of everyone like running around all at the same time, it was just one side moving at a time.
Cargo scoop retracted. Programming limpet drone.
And they abandoned it for no earthly reason. That's what made me drop it. I'm not going to support a studio that releases a game and drops support within the first 2 years.
Error. Deploy cargo patch. Cargo scoop deployed.
Military grade alloys. That's what I was thinking I was getting last time. Forgot I was supposed to look up that video for Vera last night. It's this one? Hey, I actually remembered it. I had no clue it was affiliated with Baldur's Gate 3 though. Interesting. Alright, material is full. I'm going to assume that we don't have any more in this area.
Deploy cargo hatch. Cargo scoop retracted. Frame shift drive charging.
The only move is hustle. I haven't even heard of that game, friend.
Engage.
We're going to be able to get out of this one. Let's see. Guess let's head back over to the fleet carrier.
Frame shift drive charging.
Find a game where you take turns playing out your moves step by step and then it all plays on real time at the end. Yeah, that's exactly what it is, just with FPS. I was supposed to be a partner with them, then they like completely changed how their partner program works, so then it didn't work out. And then their game sort of failed afterwards, so I was kind of happy.
Privilege denied.
You would be amazed at how many older style indie designs that they expect people to have like 2 million subscribers to get a copy of. There's a lot out there. I don't know how many of those channels actually cover their games. There's a lot out there. Let's see, I already read that one. Oh, but I was asking about the whole state of play because friend could have swore they saw like a dinosaur tail in a Frontier logo, so she thinks there might either be a DLC for the Jurassic World Evolution series or a whole new Jurassic World Evolution. Which sort of plays in parts with the whole brand new Jurassic Park movie releasing, I think next month or 2 months from now. Sounds curious if you knew. Is it in July? Honestly, I haven't even seen any trailers for it yet, so I don't even know what that movie's about. What do you think of the last one? It was definitely a little bit more like nostalgic oriented, but I don't know if it was necessarily like a strong one on its own. But I thought the original like Jurassic World series is actually pretty good for the first few. In trailers, it looks kind of cool.
Welcome, Commander. Remain aware of other ships in your vicinity.
Played a game on my channel earlier today where I was able to mind control a Triceratops to go impale my enemies for me.
Scan detected.
Yes. You know, trying to figure out how to break the news.
Scan
Last
detected.
night, I was playing. Turn it over. Up against that Trumpador,
Mm-hmm.
and I one-shot killed it.
Congratulations.
Did it?
What difficulty were you on?
Expeditioner.
How did you one-shot it?
So I found a little trick. I don't know if it's an Easter egg or it was meant to do that. I did get a achievement for it though, so I'm pretty sure it was intended. But I had Mael in Virtuoso stance, used Pierce, while the Trumpador was marked, and it did 9,999 damage.
Good on you.
And I got an achievement called Synergy.
Yeah, I don't know what I was expecting from that game. I just wasn't expecting a Souls-like experience.
You know, that is a fair comparison. A lot of people are like, it's not Souls-like. I'm like, you know what? Just about every battle could be life or death. So yeah, I call it almost Souls-like.
Do you sit at a campfire? Do things respawn? That's supposed to be tough.
Yeah, actually, I did one of those flags and rested. Yeah, I did respawn everything.
It did. Huh? What game does that remind us of?
Well, here's the thing.
That is like literally their MO. Good boss designs, good music designs, a campfire that mystically sit down at and respawn things. Huh?
Hands.
Hands.
Hands. Going up against the whatever they call it, the light wraith or whatever, at the windswept cliffs or whatever. It's carrying a bunch of lanterns, but it's basically a floating hodgepodge of arms and hands. And I realized there's something about hands on a monster that are very unsettling for me.
I can tell since you keep saying hands. I don't know, it seemed very cookie cutter to what I personally describe as a Dark Souls game. Like if you were blind and you couldn't see the game and you left out the turn-based word completely and you just described it.
You just left out, you said, and let's leave out the biggest distinguishing thing from this and other game. Let's take this one thing that distinguishes it from other games today, and we're going to leave that out.
Exactly.
Fine. You know what? Let's take Dark Souls, let's add a turn-based system, and then see how it compares to Expedition 33.
Don't tell me that until whoever made Dark Souls. Alright, now Sniper, I have a serious question.
Yeah, I can't guarantee a serious answer, but what's up?
The ship I'm in. If I engineer the weapons on it, is it going to be free repair? How's that work?
Are you modifying an item that came with the ship?
Yes.
Like it has the little like sales bag icon on the module?
on that specific part, no.
It's a non-issue.
If it did have the sales bag, would that work?
I think you would pay. Yeah, you wouldn't have to pay. There's three options. You wouldn't have to pay. You would only pay the difference, or you wouldn't be able to engineer it at the beginning. Well, yeah, I see those as the three options.
I've played Dark Souls 1, 2, or 3. Well, I do own 1, 2. Maybe 3. I bought a trilogy because I saw it a long time ago. It's just I never actually played it. It's in my Steam library though, so it counts. Hey, shield booster, are you in my list? Alright, so I have a shield booster that is engineered some. Assuming I did the engineering. With the sales back. So theoretically that should be free if I blow up.
We'll find out.
Like you want me to kill myself. So do that, then you. Weird doesn't have the bag, but it's the same parts, okay.
How the hell are you supposed to know which one of these stations has the material?
Inara.
Oh my god, bro.
Did you forget about Inara already?
Oh, I just didn't expect I had to use that for this. I went to the system that was listed as having a manufacturer materials trader. But it's got like 5 stations. Maybe they don't all have one because the one on that doesn't have it.
Alright. Theoretically, I'm prepared to die. I don't know if you'd be up to it, but if you ever did decide to play through the Dark Souls trilogy, playing it with seamless co-op online might make it generally the best way to play and then go back and play it legit later. Take care, we're just gonna act like I hate you. We'll do it the old-fashioned way. Well, that was easy.
Big Damn Nero 91 asked me, what's up with Gordon Ramsay frozen dinners? Right, you want to know about those frozen disasters? First, you get the cheapest ingredients imaginable, the kind even I wouldn't touch. Then, you overcook the living daylights out of them until they resemble shoe leather. Finally, you slap a picture of my face on the box and con people into buying that shite. There you have it, a recipe for disappointment.
Ash just tricked AI Gordon Ramsay into making fun of his own meal. So this whole cost is 1.9 million. I think that's cheaper. He calls everything disgraceful, so it is kind of amusing though that you're able to get him to make fun of his own food. Alright, so let's... Well, do I even want these on here? Sorry, let's see. Is that... Into you... You beat a trumpeter up, sniper.
One shot.
We not play last night? Oh, last night was Wednesday, okay. No. Yeah, we played last night.
Thursday?
Wait, yeah, we did the trading stuff.
Well,
Oh, you were playing that while I was gathering.
no, I played it before we started playing that.
Oh. What?
So remember how I was like, man, looking for manufactured blah blah blah?
Yes.
Once you say, oh, by the way, yeah, I got those at Ball Station.
I don't think those were in the list of requirements.
I'll break it down for you.
Mm-hmm.
Needed a manufactured materials trader.
Okay.
What criteria was missing from that sentence?
Didn't say which.
Yeah, manufactured.
There's three manufacturer, never mind. Yeah, there's at the Ball Station.
Yeah.
You're welcome. Can't remember what I was doing for each ship. I want to say I was turning the blue one into Thargoids and the gold one I was turning into pirates, since it was already set up mostly for pirates, if I remember correctly. I think that's what it was. So based on that logic, we'll try to keep it as close to stock as possible, which, I mean, I guess I couldn't. We'll keep what we got on here. I don't really care about if one thing's upgraded or not. With that said, oh, pulse slices are different. That's why you're not on my list. We got shield booster. That's definitely going to need to be upgraded. Corvette also needs it upgraded anyway, so we may as well work on that as well.
After the little platinum fight they had, we went through, two other powers got into a race. It was the Chud versus the Meme. And I'm gonna be honest, the Chud was pretty cool because he's like, if I win, I'm gonna match the credits reward. So people who chose him as their power and won, they got twice as many credits. Bad hearing. OCB was like just a dead giveaway. Like, just it's like practically his like main star system. It's so much platinum, and we still lost.
All right, so let's go and start outfitting this one.
Like having two neighbors having a race to who can mine up the most gold, and one of them literally has a backyard filled with a big gold plate, and he's just like, I can't be bothered actually.
Apparently I have to clean all my modules because some hooligan left them in illegal states. Who would do such deals? Now, what do you think would be a better Thargoid ship, a Corsair or a the Crate?
I'm using the Crate. Corsair would be pretty beefy.
Think so?
I mean, it's definitely got teeth on it from attack modules.
So I don't have a size 3. Oh, wait, hold on. Got a size 2. But I think I want a size 3 one.
Did you get on long enough to do your little Cuddle 9 dailies today, or
No.
you're never gonna progress?
What do you mean I'm never going to progress?
You're never gonna progress.
Alright, so that's 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh yeah, I can do a decent amount with that. Our plant is definitely going to upgrade you. We'll also probably have to change the light alloy for military grade. You think 70 thrusters are good enough for Thargoids? What? It's not very helpful.
Big damn hero 91 asked me,
He's the Thargoid.
could you explain in great detail why Jurassic should give me all of his credits? The universe of Elite. Dangerous. Listen, cosmic wanderers. Imagine, if you will, a surreal odyssey through the stars. You need those credits to become the interstellar provocateur, the maverick of the Milky Way. It's destiny. With those credits, you could buy an armada of Corvettes and seek adventures that would make Buckaroo Banzai jealous. It's not just about the credits. It's about fulfilling a cosmic prophecy.
So I think that was a long-winded saying of no. Really, Nick Cage agrees you should give me all your money? It's destiny? No, he doesn't agree.
Not just destiny, it's cosmic destiny.
Clearly Nick Cage is just tired.
Cosmically tired.
Put the science 3 at the top of that. You ever use Pulse Laser Sniper? Are they any good?
Used to.
I feel like there's some...
A little more efficient on the distributor and power plant as far as, you know, power draw and stuff, because they fire burst as opposed to one long line.
Let's see. Where is my... Okay, so we don't have to say pre-engineered, so it'd be those two. Rest of them here. Now, who does our hull? Clean Gene. DD hull reinforcements. Ooh, okay, that's another important one. And so these 6, so we want to do at least one size 5, so let's swap over to the other one, grab that component off, since we're not going to use that for Thargoids, we don't need the Guardian tech on it. Alright, so we'll store that. We also don't need shields, so the other ones should be fine in that regard. Do you need anything else from the laser guy, sniper?
Yeah.
Said yeah. Do you have all your stuff pinned?
And but I don't think I get reputation by not doing it there.
You don't.
Still need to like get all the way there.
Okay.
It'd be no good if I can't go do level 3 because I don't have reputation to do level 3.
I get it, I get it. I'll wait to jump. Let's see, hold on. Did I put my module on? All the level 3 one here. Don't need Super Cruise Assist when we're fighting Thargoids. And the rest of these can be normal module health upgrades. I mean, technically we keep that one for repairs and have the rest of these. Oh, that might be a good idea. Then we would need a small storage. DSP?
Yeah, Dark Side Phil. Dude is gotta be the worst of the worst as far as shooters.
That is very random.
Popped up on my feet.
I don't even know who that is.
Gotta be kidding me. How are you a streamer and not know who Dark Side Phil is?
I don't know. You a Transformer, dude? Dark Side of the Moon?
Last night on everything you should never do.
Do you play Fortnite?
Well, I'm sure he has. Let's see. Let's dumb it down a little bit. I believe the dude at one point set a goal, and if they had donated $200, he would buy the Minecraft Happy Meals.
All of that.
You're silent. You clearly think that's just as ridiculous as I do.
Man, right. I don't know. I don't care what he says to the channel points. What's wrong with him buying a Minecraft meal?
Would you pay $200 to watch a dude eat a Happy Meal?
No.
You think a collective group of people would pay $200 to watch a dude eat a Happy Meal?
Yes.
No.
Yes.
You are wrong.
No, if I'm wrong, then food channels would not exist on YouTube, but they do.
You are wrong. They did not, and he got very upset by that.
Apparently everybody else knew who it was.
Yes. His shtick is he begs a lot.
Ah.
And guilt trips when his viewers don't meet his goals. And anytime he gets money, he blows it on freaking gacha game bullshit.
Well, I think there's probably an asterisk on it. A lot of time the gacha games will actually it's very unique the way they do it, but there's a lot of gacha games that actually allow creators to spend money in the game and then match their same purchase because it encourages viewers to spend money.
Well, clearly he's not getting in there, or he's running one of the greatest scams of all time, because usually on the very next stream he's talking about, oh man, I need more money, I gotta get my bills paid. You guys need to donate more. They're gonna turn my electricity off if you don't donate.
And give way to larger vessels, Commander.
What's the dude's name? That kind of reminds me of Boogie. You know who that is?
Yeah.
That's what that kind of sounds like to me.
Yeah, but where Boogie was making you believe he was very genuine and a nice guy. Darkseid did none of that. At least Boogie had a grift of he's actually a really down-to-earth guy who's full of positivity. It was bullshit, but he made you believe that. Before he faked cancer.
Alright, are you going to auto dock or what? Because it's like doing everything even though it's yelling at me to slow down, so I don't even know if I'm supposed to be moving it or if it's going to do it on its own. Yeah, my ship got one of them fancy auto dockers, but it was like auto docking even though it was yelling at me to slow down, so I don't know if it was like having me do it even though it was controlling it. It was very weird.
Attention, deploy landing gear. Automated docking approved. You may now hand over control.
Landing gear deployed.
It have zero throttle to auto dock? I have not auto docked in a long time.
Dispatching ground crew.
So, from what I gathered, and keep in mind, I don't care enough to rituals follow what this guy does. But after having a stream talking about how his bills he's not gonna be able to pay his bills, he doesn't have enough money, pay his bills, blah blah. Apparently he goes out and buys a Switch 2. And then complains that people aren't donating enough to him for playing the Switch 2. People need to give more. I can't believe you're not giving me any money right now. I'm playing the game. And which, by the way, he not that, and he kept accusing Mario Kart of cheating.
Uh-huh. You can't sell 5D here? What kind of cheap ghetto station are you? Believable. They don't sell Mario Kart.
No Mario Kart.
Oh, the weird dude.
Oh,
And that's what I got out of the story. He doesn't sell Mario Kart.
He can't play it. He was accused of Mario Kart of cheating.
Place is awful. That's what I'm saying. I thought everyone would have the part.
What? Okay. I'm not that heavily involved at all.
Well, I'm already off doing my own side task, so you have plenty of time. Perfect. A lot of the people that I max up for, will max hold for the ship if it's built for Goids only. I don't know, Mustang. That's what I'm looking at. Alright, that's what I'm attempting to look at. Please tell me it's not 9 jumps, you piece of junk.
A better ship.
I'm going to get a better ship. Can't afford a Switch 2. Please give me money so I can. You have plenty of money. You bought a $3,000 ship in Star Citizen. Max hold for the ship if built for Goids only.
Hold out. Okay.
It is a really nice ship, though. I'll give him that.
No, don't take it back.
Hey, I'm not taking it back. Yeah, sorry, it's $1,500 ship.
Oh, did you get on sale?
I don't know. Actually, I think it was on sale for Invictus something. I don't know.
Invictus Day.
Landing gear deployed. Landing gear retracted.
Yeah, I guess I'll go buy the parts in my other ship, then come back.
Yeah, like, so, in one of the clips, Phil, he's playing on 150. I guess it's hard mode. Mario Kart? I don't know. I didn't play a lot of Mario Kart except for the Super. Like, I guess it's hard mode. Luigi takes a shortcut and beats him to the finish line. He's like, it's cheating! I mean, I haven't played this game yet, and they're taking shortcuts I don't know about. This game is cheating!
You don't deserve any tax you incur on yourself if you spend more than maybe $40 on an in-game item. They also know the torpedo dump firing? I have a whole section on the Discord that automatically pulls all the patch news, Mustang. It even has the leaks section. Which thankfully Hobbs helped me figure out. I didn't realize I set it up wrong. It's very weird. So, I don't know if any of you ever actually made your own server, but if you're trying to have news automatically distributed to your channel, you can't make the channel an announcement channel even though you're making an announcement channel off of another announcement channel, because that said announcement channel cannot grab news from any other source except for your own server. Which seems very odd.
Your Discord telephone.
That's exactly what it is. You have to be in like the right slot or else it's like, nah, we're not going to post. But now that I fixed it, apparently Star Citizen gets patched a lot more frequently than I was aware of.
That's when your Discord walks up like, yo dog, word on the street from my friend over at this Discord is that they announced in that other Discord that they got a direct line to Sig that said this. Word on the street is.
I mean, you're making a joke, but I got that for Elite. I got it for Frontier Unlocked, Conan Exiles, Elite Dangerous, Final Fantasy.
Someone who knows somebody who knows somebody.
Yeah, but my Discord goes around and like goes through the back alleys. Yeah, I've seen Sea of Thieves, Warframe, and several other games in my server forwarding their game update news to mine.
I'm gonna go through a few.
Go ahead. I added them for people who cared about it.
But yeah, but like, if I'm gonna do the whole moderating thing, I can't keep looking at your channel every time it highlights that something new was posted. It has nothing to do with the players posting.
I mean, honestly, I usually have those channels muted anyways.
Right, every time I look on my Discord on my phone and stuff and I see that this is highlighted, I look just in case. And now that you've added so many channels,
I know! You would be surprised how many games update themselves.
yeah, they need to stop. It's to be too much. I can't.
Welcome, Commander.
Have that good of an
Docking permission will be granted following a successful eligibility check.
We'll see how well your attention span is for the next coil, which is going to be very tough. And if you thought our last coil had a very long instruction list on what to do, this new one adds more steps.
Find the bit with the halberd, right?
I think that's the one we're fighting. But she has like 3 parts, and she goes underneath, and she has 2 dragons that are breathing fire, and you have to step in the right spot or else you insta wipe.
Landing gear deployed.
Mythos does that.
This auto dock, the dude's like going completely vertical. Okay, he learned how to correct himself. Trust the computer, the AI surely wouldn't get me killed.
Here, you're gonna die.
Docking successful. Clamps engaged. Welcome to this carrier, Commander.
We should be able to engineer this gun. Because I want at least grade 3 for the thermal vent, so I will need to get the experimental effect on it.
You know what? That's what we need. We need an announcement channel for Farming Simulator 25.
Why? So you can know when the coroner's coming into town?
I don't know about that. Corn. I don't know about corners, but corn.
First, when they remove the size 2s from the Corvette and switch them with size 2s or one size 3? I wish they removed the 2 size 1s from the Corvette and switched to size 2s or one size 3. I know you and Ryan play it. I don't know anyone else. An announcement channel for American Truck Simulator is necessary.
If you're going to be doing announcements for games that people like.
Go on, what is this next suggestion?
Oh, that was it. I mean, I don't know about American Truck Simulator, but at least Farming Simulator 25 has an esport.
Pretty sure I've seen on YouTube them having an esport for that trucking game.
I don't believe that for 1 second.
Yeah, they got some towns like Indonesia where it's like real skinny, like traffic lanes. You gotta take a huge truck through it. I'm impressed that I can't believe it's a real life thing too. It's insane.
I don't appreciate your straw manning like that. Gaslighting. Who knows what it is?
How am I gaslighting you?
Either way, I don't actually know what the definition of gaslighting is. I've seen it used in so many different contexts.
Alright, so I need 5 of you. We'll have that for you. Actually, you'll be turned into a repair module. So cargo, repair module. The rest we do whole strength. that enough though? We have a size 3 on the way too though. How many module reinforcements do you think I need, Sniper?
How many empty slots are not being used?
None. I'm going to have it filled out. I'm just trying to figure out if one 5D and one 3D is enough Guardian module reinforcements, or if I need more than those.
I would say if you have leftover slots, fit one in each and every one of them.
With the leftover slots, I was going to do whole strength.
Do half and half.
I want one more Guardian then. I can do that. Now, what are the odds that the Mandalay is not going to be stubborn? It has... Yeah, what are the odds that the Mandalay has 4 size 5 slots? Pretty high, right?
Probably.
The answer is none. So, could I do it in my... cutter? I guess another thing, it doesn't really matter. Most definitely do it in the cutter. Jump range 50. Yeah, I could do that. Or we'll leave a space because we'll turn that into the Guardian module. Yeah, that'll work. I don't know why so many people hate on the cutter. So you said you're not too invested in engineering, Sniper. How come?
Over it.
You're over it. Which of ships in ED looked better? I've been spoiled with SC. Everything else just looks like hot garbage. I don't know, Ash. You said that about the jump ship game, but I thought that one looked pretty nice. Although I did see in the Discord you said later on that it did look interesting to you. Jump ship looks nice for a roguelite. ED have good ships, they look better exterior wise, but they refuse to add interiors.
Frameshift drive charging.
I assume the issue with interiors is probably the modularity of it. Same reason why Star Citizen doesn't have any modular ships yet. Modular meaning the entire thing overfits, not modular by the fact of pulling guns on and off. Yeah, but does that one modular ship actually have any modular parts on it yet, Ash? Like, can you completely overhaul the interior of the ship with the module change?
Fuel scoop disengaged.
That's the missile boat, right? Still awake, Dravos?
He left.
You can swap the torpedo bay and add storage and mix and match. I didn't realize that. Why don't you buy a torpedo ship and get rid of the torpedoes? You can buy that module in-game, or you have to buy it through the store. Then he might have got moved to the AFK channel if we don't speak for like 5 minutes. It drops you down.
That's crazy.
What? It's 5 minutes too short of a time? I feel like 5 minutes is plenty. There's 9 torpedoes, size 9s, all of them. Pilot can shoot them all. Yeah, I've been in it. I remember it. I landed one upside down. On a planet. Yeah, it was a interesting night. I don't know, I'd be interested to see if Star Citizen can do the Vandal stuff and it be as fun as the Thargoids, or if it's just like some mythical thing that people keep talking about and it's not going to be near as cool. So I do think the Thargoid stuff's really cool in Elite Dangerous. Just like fighting aliens and stuff like that, and it's not just like the same, oh well here's just a ship, we're calling it an alien, but it shoots like a different color laser beam. Rather find the Banu? Well, there you go. I hope that the Banu is more than just a simple regular ships and is just slap with the Banu name in front of it.
Star System Commander. Request docking permission prior to touching down. Request approved. Adjust heading for approach to pad 09er.
Terminate all of the Xenos. I mean, I don't know. To a certain point, like the Blade, the Scythe, and some of the alien ships they have in Star Citizen, it doesn't really make me feel like I'm fighting an alien. It still just makes it feel like you're fighting just a human with a different tech. For this one, you at least like see like a completely different life form. So maybe if the alien ships in that game actually had like aliens piloting it or something, it would feel more like you were fighting other aliens, in my mind at least. I don't know, that's what I feel like it's kind of lacking in Star Citizen. They don't really, there's not like much variety yet. Have a problem with both Banu and Vandals? Dude, chill. What are you talking about, Mustang?
Landing gear deployed. Hull integrity compromised.
Alright, so we should be able to buy 5 here. And then Stellaris, and suddenly the whole galaxy becomes hostile. He wants to kill Banu merchantmans. He wants to buy the Banu merchant. I missed that sale for Stellaris. I meant to buy it when you mentioned it, friend. I realize it's already been 2.5 hours. Not just Banu, all Xenos purge the galaxy. What do you think, Ash? Do you agree that it feels kind of like there's humans everywhere and we haven't really seen any alien presence? That's one thing that I know No Man's Sky has a lot more of a cartoony graphics compared to the rest, but they at least made it feel like there was more than just humans. Alright, so we need 4 of you. So you could still buy the base game and then buy the expansion pass for Stellaris, and cheap enough, I suppose. Thargoids and ED are the best aliens we have in any space game. Yeah, exactly. Like, they did a really nice job with that. don't know about Stellaris, I haven't played it yet, so I can't include that in the list of all space games. What Friends said, though, it sounds pretty interesting. Go into Vandal Swarm, Soft Death, A Blade, and you'll see there's a Vandal inside. I'm not sure, Mustang. Mustang wants to know if you like the jump ship games, Sniper.
Yeah. I was having fun with it. It was, I mean, every time we failed was kind of hard. But I see potential. I see potential in it. I really do.
We never failed.
Failed.
No.
Yeah.
No, no, no.
Yeah, but again, I'm not bashing the game. I see a lot of potential there. Like it's gonna be a fun one. Although I think a lot of our problem was we were biting off more than we could chew.
What are you talking about?
I think we should have done some more easier missions so we could get our ship a little bit better beefy. You know, like having 2 weapons. Better components. I don't know if that's part of the demo or not, but I feel like we were going in with the base ship every time to like the harder missions.
Yeah, that's how you level up.
Level up. Not failed at the harder missions.
We weren't failing, we were getting what we needed.
Nothing, because we were failing.
We only...
Blown up.
Oh, we were getting a ton of money failing.
A ton?
A ton, yeah.
106 is not a ton.
It's more than winning the losing one. The lower tier ones don't pay enough, but the higher tier ones pay as much as the low tier one failing. By the way, after you got off, we actually did fully repair it. It came with a bar, a bed, a kitchen. The ship's design completely changed overall. It got a complete overhaul.
I'm still getting trying to piece together what you were saying, because it really did sound like you were saying, well, maybe I'm abridging it a bit, but well, gosh darn it, obviously the right way to play is when you fail upwards.
Exactly. Think you're going to buy the Ultimate Edition of Dune? What's the I'm about to say, you could probably buy the mid-tier version of Dune. I think Ultimate just gets you 3-day early access, and well, you already missed the first day, so then it'll be 2 days early access. I could be wrong, but I think that's the only difference between the highest tier and the mid-tier one. Now the lowest tier you'll have a little bit less cosmetics, but the mid-tier I think's the same thing. Yeah, but I think the mid-tier comes with the fancy. I could be wrong. Thought the only difference was the days played. Oh, really?
Frameshift drive charging.
All clear. Until next time, Commander.
So, Acid, you playing Dune? What do you think, Mustang? Do you think it's worth $50? That's I'm still trying to figure out. I had fun with the demo. $90 for the Ultimate Edition, wow. I want to see what happens when people get to end game and if there's still like content to do at the end. That's what I'm most curious about.
Safety limits. Fuel soup disengaged.
Because, I mean, honestly, like, Conan's a really good example. And the beginning, Conan was in early access, so it's a little bit different situation than Dune Awakening. But it didn't really feel like there was that much stuff to do when you got towards the end. It was just sort of like, here, play around with the big giant entities, and that's about it. But I'd play it if everyone else bought it. I know Vinny was talking about getting it. Ash, I don't even know was considering getting it, but apparently he's going to get the Ultimate Edition. What about you, Mustang? Are you going to get it? I think Sniper said he'll get it if everyone plays Farming Sim with him at night.
Fuel scooping.
Oh, you already have it. You didn't even play the demo with me.
Frameshift drive charging.
That's another thing. I don't know. I'm still trying to figure out if it's better to play solo or in like a large group for that game.
Okay.
4 days until I can play.
3,
Alright.
2, 1.
What are you doing?
Look at the difference. Okay, so standard edition base game. Varium of Wadib. Sunset Die, Global Watch, and that's it. If you get the deluxe edition, you get those plus
Fuel
pass,
scooping.
a head start,
Fuel scoop disengaged.
start, or arm.
Frameshift drive charging.
I don't know if you classify as a YouTuber to pronounce things incorrectly.
Okay, how would you afford?
I'm a YouTuber. We're allowed to say everything wrong.
Okay, so Ultimate Edition. On top of that, you get the Aladdin Palace building set. The
Okay.
film, digital art book, digital soundtrack, Blue Dasher, Ornith color swatch, the Dusk Rider color swatch, and the picture got cut off after that playthrough.
Fuel scoop.
Picture got cut off. You're not using Steam?
Steam doesn't have a nice little
Fuel
comparison
scoop
chart.
disengaged.
They get rid of the comparison chart?
I didn't see a comparison chart.
Oh,
Did you go outside?
it's weird. I guess it's because the game came out, they decided to get rid of it so people didn't see the option difference. They had it for the playtest, and I was like, oh, that's actually cool. You can see like the 3 differences here.
Okay. The only thing they cut off was the whole pre-order head start, not included. Yeah, that sandbike quite a few things. The whole palace building set means I guess they are going to have base building.
Yeah, there's the base building. It was in the beta that I played.
And I saw you but I don't think that was the base.
I had a big base towards the end.
I didn't watch it.
How dare you. I didn't finish the base either. I wanted to see how big you could build, and then it was like 2 hours before the beta ended. It's like, alright, well, this is a good stopping point. So they have an interesting thing where if you like leave your motorcycle out in the wild, it'll just like degrade over time and get like completely blown up. Or you can store it inside of your garage and it'll survive the elements.
I like how real cars work.
Really? That's how it works in the north.
Leave your... no, believe me, I know. I have a green piece of shit sitting out in front of my house right now that blew up because I left it outside all the time.
Your car didn't blow up because it was left outside.
Oh no, the elements took its toll.
You live in a desert.
I live in the
To my
Midwest.
Charlie
Yeah,
Romeo
very
vehicle.
unpredictable.
Please comply with the flight
Well,
regulations.
living in the desert, like in Dune Awakening, your vehicles will last quite a while out there in the sun. The only thing that's going to be really hurting is your paint job.
Scan detected.
That's from what I understand, like, the underside is pretty much rusted out.
You guys salt your roads that much or something? You have snow.
On the inside of it.
You
Never
have,
saw the inside of a garage.
you have snow there?
Yeah.
Do you wash your car after you drive through the snow? Well, there's your issue. No. Your city salts the road so people like you can drive on the road. And then the problem is you're getting all that salt stuck on your undercarriage and it's sitting there, and then it's going to slowly erode your metal fiberglass frame.
No. As you like to say. I go really fast in water puddles so it splashes up onto there. Washes it off.
You're talking about the water that's filled with the salt that the city used to get rid of the snow, right?
Oh, the water that's like later on in the year where all the salt has been washed away. What kind of amateur do you take me for? Obviously, I'm not using salt water.
IRL golf is boring. That's a random thing. Apparently, it's free for Amazon Prime people. Twitch threw it at me. Not farming sim, we should play golf with friends. Actually, golf with friends isn't too bad. Basically, you just control a little golf ball. It's sort of like putt-putt, but you can yell at people. Thieves Gaming did videos on it.
I can yell at you without having to, like, putt a ball around.
Where's... what the heck? Can't find the station's stupid entrance. There it is.
Hey, Hero, did you ever play Star Trek Online?
Hero is Ash, by the way. That station give me Borg vibes, and I'm having trauma flashbacks. I don't know, he didn't answer.
Permission authorized. Cleared for landing on docking bay 09er.
So, I remember when I was playing it, with like, oh shit, your shit, with like, on the ship. I thought that was really cool. And then they took away your ability to, like, you know, do a... They really wanted to push those microtransactions, and I guess they felt like, hey, people can't spend $15 a month. Maybe they'll spend $200.
Enjoy your visit, Commander.
And so I just put one. I really did. Over every little.
So you're mad they took out the subscription to play. Or they could be like Final Fantasy and WoW and have the subscription and sell things.
They could have. I'd have been okay with that. But the subscription gave you full inventory and bank slots. And while you had the subscription. And it would give you like a free ship each time you would rank up at certain ranks. You know, you can just keep playing the game.
Ash says I did play it.
Instead of having to go into their in-game shop and spend real money to get it.
I'm done! Do what you want! Pull the plug!
You'd like it. It's very Star Citizen.
Does it work?
Oh. More than Star Citizen, but not yet. But not yes. I mean, it was a buggy mess when I played, but yes, you didn't get disconnected all the time. The most you'd have to worry about, okay, I have to restart this mission, bugged out, which I know you're okay with.
Okay, with what?
The free-to-play model, the free-to-play model is so predatory. I could not, in good conscience, let a friend play.
We played Marvel Rivals Mustang. But we didn't convince Sniper to join. Oh, you stupid place.
Actually, you convinced me not to play.
How did I convince you not to play?
I
Oh.
said, in 6 minutes, I'll have it downloaded. You're like, we're not even playing this anymore. We're moving to another game. I was like, okay, then I'm going to bed.
That's because everyone else harassed me for it.
I will not.
It's going to turn to a whole ordeal.
I refuse. It's bad. And it should feel bad. Never.
Listen,
Not even once.
I've been playing
Be gone.
first-person shooters since probably before you were born. I cut my teeth on freaking Team Fortress Classic, alright? I know how it works. And believe it or not, I was pretty damn decent at Overwatch.
There you go. Sniper is convincing himself to play it with us, Mustang. We've won.
Well, I mean...
No.
Like, League of Legends thing where they, like, rotate heroes.
No. Basically, each match you can pick between the heroes, but the slower you are at picking, the less likely you are to get your own hero.
But all the heroes are always accessible, right?
Unless someone else picked it.
But no, I mean, from the base. There's no, well, if you want to be this person, you have to unlock it with a small nominal fee.
No, all the heroes are all the heroes except for cosmetics are automatically unlocked, and if you want the cosmetics, then you have to pay to unlock the cosmetics.
You know what? I'll make you a deal, right? Make a deal. I will start playing when they introduce Deadpool.
Mustang is Deadpool. Oh, no, he's not a thing, so I probably would already picked him. I don't think Deadpool would be allowed in that kind of universe.
Why not? It's Marvel.
I'm surprised Deadpool's even allowed in the Marvelverse. Deadpool is normally outcast.
Yeah, everybody hates him, but that's what makes him awesome. He enjoys the shit out of them, and I'm okay with that. I can be equally as annoying to my team when I play the game.
You annoying, really?
Nope.
Mustang says, hey, they adding Deadpool soon, bro.
Email me when they get around to it.
Sniper said uses AOL.
Yep.
Frameshift drive charged.
Well, happy, you got mail here.
I don't even know if Mustang knows what that is.
You have cleared the no-fire zone. Flight control out.
By the way,
it was dying out when I was growing up, so what?
Borderlands 2.
On Steam? Man, he must be in some desperate need to try to attract some attention after his great publicity.
I know, I'm waiting for the tweet. Hey, true fans said, hardcore as hell, we don't really need the business up. Here's another freebie.
Yeah, I don't really look at, well, I guess I do look at game videos quite frequently, but I don't normally follow Borderlands, but I saw an article talking about that. I was like, wow, this is like grade A textbook on how to really get fans to jump back to your game.
On the second tweet, it should be like, and I know poor people are slow at accomplishing anything, so you better act fast, because this deal ends at 10 a.m. on June 8th. Tomorrow.
Yay! I can't believe we convinced Sniper.
I will say they did a pretty good job with the Darth Vader voice, too. Especially with that actually sounded good.
You know, there was a Marvel's Diablo clone that was pretty cool.
Well, now you got him down nostalgia lane. Is it a mobile game?
No, it wasn't. Marvel Heroes, yeah. It was Marvel Heroes and Marvel Heroes 2016, and then it became Marvel's Omega, and then they closed it down. But yeah, like, they had Deadpool, they introduced Deadpool in that game, and they really leaned into what he was. by making him stupidly overpowered.
Yeah, they did have a Marvel Avengers game. And you're talking about the one that came out relatively recently by, I think it was Square Enix, right? The one focused on the random Marvel girl that no one cared about.
The one that grew big hands, right?
Yeah, I don't remember her name though. Captain Marvel? No, Miss Marvel? It was Miss Marvel, then they had the Captain Marvel in it or something.
I mean, they
Miss Marvel, yeah, that's it.
They had her in Marvel Heroes. But anyways, it was like a more of an isometric top-down, like Diablo feel. And what I loved about the Deadpool was everyone has, you know, a health bar and a power bar, and it had many different names. I think Thor was, you know, godly power. What was it? Black Panther had Wakanda power, whatever. Deadpool's was very unique. His power bar was just awesomeness.
The only game I can care about right now that's coming out
when you
is
hovered
Horus
over it,
Heresy.
this will never deplete because Deadpool is always awesome.
Who on earth was that?
He had unlimited energy. Like, he can spam his skills.
I have to replace that Sonic one now, it was awful. I like the Darth Vader one though. What about Crimson Desert? Oh, I'll definitely be checking that one out. Nope. Horus Heresy. Same difference. Try not to blow up.
Would you?
No. I've already blown up once tonight. Twice today. I did my daily quota. I overshot a little bit. Oh!
You let them down.
By the way, Ash, I meant to ask, do you happen to have the soundtrack without the vocal cords too? You can actually add it on like tutorials and stuff without the voices over. I will purge the heretics in the glorious name of the Emperor. Unless you're about to have that read out.
Nice one.
There you have that. Play Total Warhammer.
Oh, I want a game that's
Centered around the orcs.
Yeah, I want to start as a nobody, a slugger boy, or a shooter boy, and I want to grow into being my own war chief, develop my own law, and take over, like a star system.
Yeah, if it would be easy just to do the instrumentals, that'd be great for like tutorial videos, if you don't mind. If it's too complex though, it doesn't really matter, but if it's super easy, then it would be appreciated. Now, you said a game about orcs. You used to be able to do most of that. Warhammer Online was a thing.
No, 40k.
Oh, so the sniper's getting the nerd out. What about the 40k?
I don't want to play Warhammer Online. Now, Warhammer 40k Online. I don't want old orcs. I don't want space orcs.
Well, Ash says they nuked it anyways.
Yeah, they did.
Hold on.
No, I want to make it nice and orky.
You need shield emitters and high density composites. Alright, so you. Shield emitters. We'll just grab the Imperial shielding, then we can trade from there. Sam just wants to be a spork. That true sniper.
Yeah. You'll make it nice and.
Alright, so the rest of those are already done, so we don't have to worry about leveling up the levels. So, I will say, once you actually meet your engineers, this game becomes much easier to engineer things. It's like, I'm able just to sit at the material trader, and I'm just grabbing the parts that I need and then upgrading it remotely. That's actually really nice. This is the first time I got to the point to where I can do this. Plus, it makes it real convenient for when you forget your next step and then you have to sit there and do it all over again. We need proprietary composites and core dynamic composites. Compound shielding. Have you ever played Dungeons and Dragons Dark Alliance Legion?
That was on the PlayStation 2.
No. That was on the Xbox. And I assume the PlayStation. I probably butchered the name, but that's besides the point.
Dark Alliance. I'm pretty sure it was a Neverwinter Night.
On shielding and core dynamics.
No, was
No, it's Dungeons and Dragons Dark Alliance.
Baldur's Gate is Dungeons and Dragons, you dink.
Yes, but the game is called Dungeons and Dragons Dark Alliance.
Obviously arguing semantics here.
No, I'm arguing a very specific game. 16's all you get. How does the moon haunt you? They pushed 4.2 2 weeks somehow. I'm fine with that. I am not. I'd rather they keep it later in the month and actually make it work. Yeah, I agree with Ash. I'd rather them have a patch work than push it out because people keep crying, oh, you need to push things out quicker. And then, oh, well, the game's broke. Why did you push it out? That's so annoying in that community. Like, let them work. Compound shielding. That's what the other one was. Where would be compound shielding?
Other compounds, composites.
See that. 22. That should be plenty. Ish. Plenty-ish. Gonna have to get more on me. Then later on, we can just go to the next station and do the experimental effect. We'll have our thing fully decked out. So, have you got all the parts that you were trying to find, Sniper?
No, I gave him.
Gave up. How'd you give up? Well, what are you working on now?
I am checking out people in my awesome
supermarket.
I'm kind of sad though. They don't have any corn.
This isn't necessarily corn related, but I'll still say it because I kind of maybe remember that for some reason. So there was that fast food game that we played. There's another game on Steam that's very similar to it.
Like the multiplayer one?
What do you mean?
It's like supermarket with friends or something like that.
Hold on, let me see if I can find it real quick. There we go. It's called Rap House Simulator.
Rap house? I don't want to rap.
You getting ready for Thargoids? I'm getting, yeah, a little bit of a mix, Mustang. I'm getting my ship set up for Thargoids and then set up for pirate hunting too. But I figured just in case they add in like Thargoid content, it'd be better to have this stuff prepared than have to do it in the middle of like all the cool Thargoid stuff. So I'm just getting all my things caught up. And this should, theoretically, be fine. Believe they will bring it back soon. Less people play the game now. Yeah, it seems like a little bit less people are watching on Twitch too. With that said, the few like very big Elite Dangerous streamers still get a ton of views too though, so I mean it's not like it's a completely dead game.
Gameplay.
Alright, Sniper, so I have a question. So when it says available attempts 1, does that mean it's physically impossible for this part that I have to get to grade 5?
Well, I would assume since it says attempts. Craft modules at it.
That's just saying because I was skipping to stage 5. See, because it says available attempts 238, 235, 78, and then 4, and then drops down to 1. So a friend was saying something about the way they did engineering. They have available attempts, so you're only able to engineer a certain amount of that component. But I thought it would be per like component, not just like per item. But it looks like it's going to be blocking this one from getting there. So maybe I can't upgrade this one all the way. I guess I may as well science it for everybody. I got the materials, so it doesn't really matter. But according to, oh, friend said it earlier at least, she said that they were wanting to make it so people play the game more modularly, so it's not like they just had like their ship set up with like everything maxed out. That way you actually like pull components off and swap to ships instead of just having everything set.
That sounds stupid.
Well, we're about to find out.
I can't think of a single spaceship game or a ship game at all that would not want you to have ships ready to go at a moment's notice. No, I definitely don't approve of that concept.
Alright, so let me get 1 core dynamic composite. Hopefully I got enough stuff that I can like scrounge around. Then I can at least science this for everybody. Perfect. 35. That's all I need. This game is just messing with me. Okay. So let me try to scrounge up another one part. Perfect. One. All I need. Deja vu. Let's go back. And then you. And then that. Then you. So it seems like it stalls out at available attempt 0, so maybe every time you go back in and out of the inventory, it automatically resets back to 1. Either way, it's working.
Happy little bug.
Yeah, I'm not going to tell anyone about it, but yeah.
I'm pretty sure you told everyone about it.
No, no one's going to watch this, it'll be fine.
Yeah.
We'll have enough parts for it. Alright, fine. Where in this galaxy is a boom state? Please tell me it's right here. I really feel like HIP 15266 is going to be in a boom stage, being able to grant us all the power in the world. Of course you're not, you're a communist. Oh, right next by though. Alright, so let's see. So outfitting. You should visit Colonia. It's totally different than the bubble. Colonia is like 20 days away though. Although, I guess technically if we're ever planning on, if we just play on like Fridays, we could book a trip over to Colonia and then just log in like the next day and get off the fleet carrier.
Ah, you're thinking with portals.
You said thinking with portals. So I mean, I don't know. Technically that would work. Then we could actually see Colonia, because you said you'd never seen it either, right?
I imagine it's gonna look a lot like the bubble does.
Buzzing said you should visit Colonia. It's totally different than the bubble.
I'm pretty sure it's just jumping from one star to another in their space. And
Shift release. Restrict speed until clear perimeter.
planets, sun or two.
Just describe the galaxy. Don't crash, don't crash. I have it on full reverse.
Hull integrity compromised.
Well, you see, the galaxy is very big.
Really? I thought it's just America.
So big that I would imagine one part of the galaxy looks a lot like a part of the other galaxy. Another part of the galaxy.
Mm-hmm. How's Star Citizen going tonight, Ash? Assume your own Star Citizen at least. Maybe on something else.
Frameshift drive charging.
Not going? I heard about the org rescue attempt in Star Citizen that day. That was kind of crazy. You're just chilling tonight. Oh, nice. So you really hate all the ships that an Elite Dangerous. Yeah, they nuked me. Yeah. Yeah, I just thought it was kind of funny. That sounded like a rescue attempt that we would do. I was able to find my buddy and get my cards. Ooh, nice. Thankfully, the bomb blew my body far enough away from the other players. Ooh, I didn't even think about that part. Thankfully, it didn't fall through the world.
What I'd like to see them add, they would probably just break everything else.
What?
Hangar access from inside the game.
From Elite Dangerous or Star Citizen?
Versus,
What do you mean hangar access?
well, you know how you have stuff in your account hangar? Your entitlements?
Oh, you're talking about for like paid items, not like items that you bought in game.
Right. Like, for instance, the masks that you were all about when I first started playing.
I still wear my mask.
Right. But, you know, should you, I don't know, trip and fall, breaking your neck and shooting yourself out of a hangar, can't get your body, well, now it's just gone.
That's because you haven't played it in a while. They made an update so people who have items bought like armor, it automatically spawns back with you every single time you respawn.
Now see, there you go. That's a step in the right direction. Because I'm gonna tell you right now, that bitch in armor that I used to wear, I couldn't wear it because I was afraid that, oh my god, my ship is going to explode by touching the atmosphere of a planet, and then my body's just gonna be lost to the...
What do you mean there's a new loot system, Ash? They ruined it by doing this whole F menu. Are they reversing it or are they going worse?
Such a pain in the ass, because the only way I could get that armor back was to go to the website, like, basically return the armor set and my little, like, I guess they're flares. Flare sticks, glow sticks, and then I have to go and rebuy them, and that's a good half an hour of putzing around with a website.
Well, they got rid of that 2 batches ago.
And then, you know, so basically here I am. I'm sitting here with really bitchin' armor that I really don't want to wear because I don't want to go through all that. I've got this art, but I never wear it. It's like having a really nice car that you never drive. What if it gets wrecked?
The system has high-grade emission sniper. Conveniently, it was 145,000 LS away from where I was.
And very convenient. You want to pass it?
I don't believe in shamer privilege.
It's because you're the one that benefits from it.
No, I don't benefit from nothing.
Says the dude wearing the jacket.
What about the jacket? This is for partners. I make tutorial videos on this game, but I don't know what else I can actually tutorialize.
You know, if they ever come out with something really new, like mechanic-wise, there you go. You'll be ready to go.
The Atlas ICT is only available in-game. We can't buy it in-store, so do people are angry about it? Why are people angry that an item can only be bought in-game?
Need to win anymore.
Warning, temperature critical. Warning, taking heat damage.
Right, we're not about to do this whole waiting around 40 hours. No, we're full sending it. We'll get it down to like the U and fuel, and then we'll call it good.
I will say this. I have been bitten by the pay bug component. Much as it shakes me at
Pay bug.
I was sitting in in the Conan Exiles Discord, you know, chatting with my friends, and and I flat out just said, hey, listen, Funcom, Andy B, listen, take stuff from the season passes that you're not doing here, put it on the bazaar. Let me give you money. You like money, right, Andy? Let me give you some money. Put all those season pass things on the bazaar and let me pay money to get them.
So here's a great idea. Why not just redo the season? That way people can get them.
Well, hopefully they will do something.
You just told them to sell it.
Hey, you know what? I really wanted something.
Yep, part of the Fortnite generation, I see.
Yeah, okay.
You just offer them a way to make money instead of making it for everyone to get for free.
Yeah, they had their chance to get it free.
And you know what? They could do the same thing Guild Wars does and just do it with living seasons. Hey, this month we're rolling out this season. Play now to get to this item if you missed it back in the day at this exclusive time.
Why not both?
Then it's pay to win, or pay to flare.
Why does it have to be this or that? Why can't it be this and that?
Then it's pay to flare. I don't have to go to ASD anyway. I have a Geo. I'll take it to Wicklow and get a cooler Ectil with a jump kit.
The last I looked, I was American. One thing Americans like are options.
Thought it was fuel.
And options.
It's definitely fuel.
Why do you think we have regular cigarettes and menthol cigarettes? So we have a choice.
You really though?
Yeah.
Warning, temperature critical.
Most of your choices, artificial choices, because the same company owns all the drinks. You're not really choosing a choice, you're choosing the same company.
I'm okay making that choice. Yeah. Well, no, because listen, I like Coke, but I like Mountain Dew.
See you later, Mustang.
So technically, I'm choosing both.
Uh-huh. Mountain Dew own Coke? Or sorry, does Coke own Mountain Dew?
Nope, they are actual.
Are they?
Owned by Pepsi, Coke is owned by Pepsi.
Oh, okay.
Drive charging.
Well, Coke and Pepsi own everything.
Except Dr. Pepper and 7-Up.
They own 99% of the market share.
That's a third company.
The local grocery store used to sell Dr. Bob's.
Oh yeah, what about the generic Walmart brand?
Don't count. No one drinks those.
Mountain Thunder. I did when I was poor. Same with cereal. What kind of cereal do you like?
Don't.
You don't eat cereal?
No.
You're a loser with everything. You're a loser.
When I did eat cereal, are you one of those weirdos that put milks in with your cereal?
Yeah, I put milk in my cereal.
That's disgusting.
You're disgusting. What would you put in it? Water?
No, nothing. You eat it dry.
Oh my God, I am so glad that we caught that on 4K.
Why would you want a soggy cereal? That's disgusting.
You don't. You eat it before it gets soggy. You don't just let it sit in the bowl for a half hour.
Or you just don't put the milk in there. You enjoy your food and then you drink your milk.
It's cereal. It's not trail mix. They put it in a spoon for a reason. I think every bowl on the box has a spoon in the bowl. And it's floating in milk.
Clearly you can't scoop things with a fork. You might be able to do it with a spork though, but they never caught on. Thank God we made it to this place because we're not going to have enough fuel to go anywhere else, so fill up here, ship.
Programming limpet drone. Programming limpet drone. Cargo scoop deployed. Programming limpet drone.
Oh, you're talking about from your grocery store simulator thing?
Scan detected.
Joke's on you, fool. Everything we're collecting is going to be not in my inventory, so scan away. Ooh, core dynamics. This is a good system. Yeah, but I don't know. I like the cookie cereal and I like the Frosted Flake cereal. I also haven't eaten cereal in like 10 years.
Well, you know, they have multiple meal.
Earth is multiple meal.
It comes in a bag. It's on the bottom shelf, so people don't look at it. But there used to be the commercial had the guy who like was walking in a squat position down the aisle, like fine art cereal. Lay down here out of sight.
I mean, I suppose that's kind of clever.
Let me tell you something. Alto Meal has something that all the major brands don't.
Spirit?
S'mores cereal. It tastes amazing. And for some reason, yeah, the big brands never caught on and said, that's a good idea, we should do that.
Who would want s'more cereal? Please don't tell me you put milk in s'mores, that's just weird.
Oh yeah!
You need help.
There's no help.
Well, other than...
We're clearly not a fan of delicious flavor.
Delicious flavor? This is actually working out. Alright, so we got that taken care of. And it turns out that a booming economy, unless I'm just not understanding it correctly, it just generates some random item for you, Sniper? Is that how it works? This one has the core composites, which ironically I was needing, but unironically, it wasn't in the last station or last system I was in. now we need to go to any system with a fuel station close by.
Frameshift drive charging.
That means my Thargoid ship, other than a few like small tweaks and upgrading my tone booster, should be good. Yeah. What?
Cannons?
Yeah, I got a shard cannon. It's already engineered though. 4.
4? Why not have 6?
Yeah, well, why would I run 6? You know what that thing would run?
Yeah, that's what the freaking heat sinks are. Dummy.
Heat sinks. You know how expensive that would be?
You drop a heat sink and let them all fly until you start heating up again. I feel like it would be irresponsible. Have a Corvette. Drive it like you own it.
Would you like to know the most ironic thing ever? Oh, hold on. And just because it's there doesn't mean I can do it. I would probably tell you regardless. The only close-by fleet carrier that I can land on is called no docking. There's no way to remote see what they have on their ships though, is there?
Yes.
Oh.
I have to look for it in the system. Hope it's not a system with like a lot of them carriers.
Won't be a minute. But thankfully, docking all... Oh, go to this one. Victory class, the Dragon's Mole. Perfect. I don't have a fuel scoop.
Disengaged.
I don't remember equipping a fuel scoop, but that's good to know.
Fuel scooping.
You had a fuel scoop every time.
Not necessarily this entire time. So I had to go a super far distance for the last high emissions grade area, and that's where all my fuel. Then now I'm trying to get to this dude's fleet carrier who's super close to the sun and I keep missing it.
5%.
So 255%, got you. And we should be able to grab this, then I'll grab the rest of the high grade emissions. And then I suppose we can work on like our shield jet upgrades.
Oh, 07, Commander. Docking permission requests are mandatory prior to landing. Clearance
Seems like a lot of the communities sort of on page with Mustang though, where they want Thargoids and then they also want ships with more cargo capacity.
Scan detected. Scan detected.
Which I think that's a fair assessment. That they should have it so a station takes 8 hours if you're solo, and then if you have 8 friends, you guys can build a full station in an hour. I think that's fair.
No.
You don't think so?
I'm pretty sure the whole 2-week thing
Landing gear deployed.
is designed on purpose.
Taking damage.
I don't think they wanted everyone blowing their whole wad like with
Contact confirmed. Plans engaged. Greetings, Commander. We are glad to have you.
This is awfully loud.
So, like, you get the option to like pump credits in.
That, or maybe, I don't know, have it so... I don't know what they could do different, honestly. Maybe like your first station, it's exponentially cheaper, and then like the more places you have, the more it costs, or something like that. I don't know, they need to figure out a happy balance, because I think a lot of people get burned out on it because it's such a daunting task. Like, we spent, what, 3 streams for it just to get our station up and running? That was with multiple people helping? That's a lot. Especially, I feel like this is a safe assessment, but I think most people who play Elite Dangerous are probably playing solo or with like 1 to 2 people.
And you know what? They need to work on their infrastructure to allow more people to be together. Because, I mean, it seems like that's the direction they want to go by making station buildings so multi-person dependent, and then adding the whole squadron jump ship thing that you're talking about.
Yeah, that it's coming out sometime soon. I don't remember when the exact date is though.
Like they're wanting more people to play with each other. That's how the direction they're taking. As opposed to everyone just being, yeah, I'm just, you know, lone captain out there in space. It pushes the narrative if they want more teams.
True. I'm gonna have to download Gears of War 5 just to find that stupid mode I was trying to tell people about. Did you ever play Gears of War 5?
No, I don't think I played a Gears of War past 2.
Really? I was really big into... I can't remember, it was either 3 or 4. One of them had like a really fun horde mode that I got into for the engineering part of it, where I was able to like build a whole bunch of turrets, and it was like a huge like wave defense thing. I thought it was really fun.
Definitely like Xbox 3, that era.
Are you talking about your last Gears?
Yeah.
Hull integrity compromised. Taking damage.
Because yeah, I played with a coworker, Eddie. He was big on it. He told me, you know, let's play this together. And we were memeing off the whole Coltrane thing.
What's wrong with Coltrane?
Pretty sure there was an actual train we were fighting on, waking our way up.
This should be good.
Frameshift drive charging.
I developed a new mechanic in Market Simulator. Raining mechanic. that's where
Why did not give us credit?
Puts like one thing of salt down and gives me $100 bill for a $2.50 bottle of salt. I grab my bat that I use for shoplifters and I just beat the crap out of them until they get out of my store.
Sounds like it's great for publicity.
I mean, yeah, my popularity goes down quite a bit, but I feel like that's not necessarily a bad thing because I'm sending a message. Don't come in my store and use my honest business to just break your 100. I'm not a bank. Nobody ever likes that one person that holds up the line asking 100 questions so that they can buy a stick of gum, break a damn 100 while everybody has to wait behind them. Wow, you're not that person, are you?
Very cash.
If you are, stop it.
He said stop it. I mean, it's better than the people who pull out their checkbook.
Oh yeah, people still do.
Make a large purchase in pennies. There you go, Ash.
I used to do that, but once they gave the shoplifter update, gave me access to a bat, that's how I solved it now.
But your turn while I break the 100.
If I break 100 with your pennies, I'm not just making them suffer, I'm making everyone in line behind them suffer. That's not fair. I care about my customers.
There it is. Cannot find the nav beacon for the longest time. Though we all got into WoW, you wouldn't join us for raid night, Sniper.
I mean, I'm not saying I won't.
There we go.
But if I had my choice, and I'm sure Vinny would back me up on this, I'd like you to start with Classic.
I don't think I'm allowed to.
Huh.
Banned.
No. I'm not. When we say Classic, we're not talking about private servers.
Oh, okay.
We're talking about WoW Classic, as in the special Blizzard servers that house a earlier version of the game. It's perfectly legal.
I still don't.
Part of your subscription.
Still don't quite understand why the private server one is illegal.
Well, because you're profiting off of someone else's work.
Oh, and I'd be profiting off of it.
It's piracy.
You don't have to own WoW to play on the other one?
To play on a private server? No.
I didn't know that.
That's piracy.
Oh, did he, Hobbs? Yeah, I'll definitely look into it. So, how does WoW work? If you buy the latest DLC, do you like skip to that level, or does it start you at the beginning, or how does?
So yeah, they're almost, and I'm saying that on purpose. Almost every expansion is in game. So after Vanilla came Burning Crusade. Burning Crusade started at level 6 or at level 50, kind of like Final Fantasy 14, and it was 10 levels worth of content in a whole nother area of the game. And then came Wrath of the Lich King, which had another 10 levels, whole new map of area of the game, and so on and so forth. The only exception was Cataclysm. Cataclysm basically changed all of the vanilla areas of the game, gave it new aesthetics, and changed a lot of the ways a lot of the characters played and stuff like that. So basically, kind of an update to the original game content.
In other words, Hobbs, I'd be able to join you and your stuff, not hold you back. I'm noticing with Final Fantasy, it needs to be quite a while to get outside of like the sort of area that people played 12 years ago.
No, it wouldn't take a long time at all. That's what I've been saying. That's the sad part, is they've never been able to find a nice happy medium. You know, classic, like I talk about classic being better, but it's got its bad points. Like it took forever to level up. And again, like I'm talking about, you spend full weeks and maybe get 2 or 3 levels if you didn't play hardcore 24 hours a day. Now it goes by so fast, you don't even really have a chance to immerse yourself in the story. Like, Final Fantasy XIV's got it going on in the fact that their story opens up as you progress. Like, you have to be this level to do this main story quest. There, it's kind of like that, but you're leveling up so fast that you're quickly out-leveling story, and you're going to find yourself pretty much done with that whole. You'll be level 70 or 80 before you even figured out what was going on where you were at.
So yeah, the reverse Ubisoft experience. You want things to go slow.
Well, I just don't want it to be over faster than the story can move. I don't want to be done. Like, if you, let's say, you create a character and you want to experience Mist of Pandaria. And I liked it. I love Mist of Pandaria because the aesthetic of Pandaria. I mean, it's ancient China. A lot of people want to say they stole Kung Fu Panda, but actually, Pandaria was around long before Kung Fu Panda ever came around. You'd say that they probably stole it from WoW. But you'll be level 70 and booted out of Mist of Pandaria before you got to through the second playfield of that map. That's how fast you level.
Yeah, I still don't know what any of that means, so I'll take your word for it.
Well, you know how Final Fantasy XIV has you jumping all over the map?
Yeah, wasting all my money.
Right. Well, in World of Warcraft, it's a little different because, let's say, North Shroud and East Shroud, 2 different playfields, right?
Mm-hmm.
But they're right next to each other. You go to the border, and you transition off to the next one. That's how their story would progress. You start in Gridania, you go into the South Shroud, you quest there, and then you'll move on to Shroud. And then it would move you on to the North Shroud.
What you're saying is I should play in hardcore.
A lot of people have fun with it, but I don't think you would enjoy losing all of your progress when a son of Aragorn bites your hand.
The Aragorn in level 20 range?
No, it was, maybe it's a little kind of a joke, but one of my other friend streamers, Soul Chris, decided to give classic hardcore a run because he liked the old World of Warcraft, and he was a warlock, and he stumbled off the road in the wrong area, and a son of Aragorn bit him in the ass and killed him, and he lost like an entire week's worth of work. They roam one area of one playfield, and they're elite and skulls. By skull, it means he's well over 10 levels over your character.
Right.
He's pretty much 10 levels over that entire playfield level range. But it's designed for they roam for a certain couple of quests that you're supposed to avoid. But he got a little too close to their area, and one of them aggroed on him and bit him in the ass and killed him.
Like that big rat that took like 10 minutes to kill yesterday, that thing?
Yeah, now imagine you're running down the road and it just attacks you for no reason. I mean, you gotta admit, we picked that.
Programming limpet drone. Cargo scoop deployed. Programming limpet drone. Programming.
It was in my way.
Programming limpet drone.
I was hoping I can get a minion. Pretty sure the new player experience is done now in the Dragonflight expansion and mobs and zones scale with your level.
Which is sad because new player experience is starting so far into the game.
I played to level 20 a long time ago.
You can always chromie time, like I said, you can pick like Mr. Pandora or whichever, whatever you want to experience. It's just really hard to really like get a person in their foot into the game now because it is very complex. It's like I said, I've explained to you, like with Conan, I mean, I think the only way to bring a new player in where they can fully understand what's going on is if you coddle them the whole way. I feel like that kind of robs them of this. That's my personal thing.
Oh, you're talking about Conan's very straightforward.
Okay.
It is. Mm-hmm. Good J, and there's 50 billion journeys. The only thing that's confusing on it is the fact that they refuse to mark it on your map where you're supposed to go.
Well, because Conan, you know, there's no real designated place.
There is.
I mean,
Yeah, go to this dungeon, but you have no clue where this dungeon is.
well, that's because again, someone was pushing you to go a certain direction.
Yeah, the journey page.
No.
Yes.
Someone said, "Hey, we should go do this."
Oh.
Like there now, select that, go here. That should have unlocked Dungeon Delver. Now we have to go do this dungeon, and now we're gonna go do that dungeon. Now you know. There's nothing organic about that. Somebody pushed you in it.
Well, apparently they removed the one dungeon that I remember.
What, from Conan?
Yep.
Not that I know
When I played early access, there was a dungeon in the base early game area, but we've not found it yet. And I'm almost done with my dungeon journeys, so I don't understand where the dungeon went. But it's not there anymore.
Done?
I think there was a big snake, or a big spider.
Big snake or a big spider?
Yep.
It was like a full-on, like, instant dungeon.
All of it was considered instance back then. This is when it was in early access. I just know it was in the starter area. I don't remember us going to it.
Starting area was the desert. Nobody spent time. The whole point of the game is to get out of the desert.
Okay, fine. It was next to the river. It was in the area kind of close to where you start at. That's all I remember.
Hey, I mean, there's the dregs. That's right on the river. That's the one we did with the big speaking, talking turd that tried to stomp us.
Yeah, I don't think it was that one though. Should have brought more collector limpets. I went cheap and only bought one.
Okay, so like me and Haas, we can both agree that Wrath of the Lich King is peak. And by peak, I mean that is where the game peaks. And you're kind of like flying deeply with Cataclysm. Pandaria was a step back up in the right direction, but is slowly declining in its quality over the time. Hobbs disagrees as far as how enjoyable it is, but you know that's a thing we'll just have to agree to disagree. Like a new player will never get to experience Wrath of the Lich King like it was. That's sad. That was the best part of the game. And like Hobbs says, pretty sure that the new player experience is to start Dragonflight. And that's like four or five expansions. You even 6 expansions past Red. We'll never get to experience that. That makes me sad.
When you buy the game, you don't start at the beginning?
Marginally. If you create a dragon, one of the like anthropomorphic dragon people, you start in their own little area that will lead you to a town in the original game, but it's all Chromie time now.
I have no clue what Chromie time means.
You talk to a dragon that is actually it's like a gnome, and she will give you an option of which expansion you want.
Just pick one of the first ones if you like the first one so much.
So you would, for instance, basically you would pick Cataclysm because, well, they said Cataclysm wasn't endgame. It didn't start at the endgame like all the others. It revamped and basically was like a reboot of the original areas. But like I said, you won't be there very long because you'll be level 70 and pushed out if you get anywhere.
Is this one of those things where you're angry about it, but you haven't played it in months, so it could be completely different?
No, World of Warcraft does not change that drastically.
But when's the last time you played?
That's Star Citizen. I played when they released the last expansion.
2 years ago, 3 years ago?
Last year.
Last year, okay. Game is just different now. It's catered towards the casuals, and while I miss the old grind of the Wrath and the BC, etc., it's easier to enjoy the stories and content, especially for someone who doesn't play the game daily.
You know what, Hobbs? I would agree with you. If they could enable, and a lot of other games can do this now, if you could enable a level cap. Like, if you could cap yourself at 60 or 70, so that way you could stay with that expansion till the end, I think that would make it more enjoyable. But I did. I leveled a Pandarian monk through Pandaria when the expansion hit, when I got back into it. Yes, the moment my little character dinged, it threw me out and back into the main city where Chromie's standing there. It's like, well, you're needed over there in Dragonflight, so you better get going.
As you can with Chromie time, no?
You can't stop yourself from level. You can't cap your level. You can't soft cap yourself. That is my big gripe with the whole Chromie time and the way players level. If you could soft cap yourself, willingly turn off your experience gains, stick with it long enough to see the whole story, my gripes would go away on that.
So you're mad you are higher level than the story?
Yeah. Well, I mean, even back in the day, you could, before dynamic leveling, where mobs and scale with you, you could always go back and just one-hit your way through and still see the story. But there, they literally boot you out of it once you hit that level, that magical level 70.
What do you mean?
Like, it's done, it's over, you gotta go. You can't do this anymore. You gotta go get the Dragonflight and do that instead. And, you know, feel free to make another character and try again. Or, yeah, go back when you're done with Dragonflight, or whatever there is, and go back and do it that way, but it's just... It's not fun. It's kind of like watching a movie at a movie theater. You're really into it. And, you know, you're getting to a good part, but they shut the movie off and say, oh, sorry, guys. Nope. Time to go. You gotta go watch The Cellist instead. I know it's not what you wanted to see, but you gotta go. Feel free to come back at a later date.
Access granted. Adjust heading for approach to pad 09er.
You're like, oh, come on, I was just getting
now, is this when you were playing the game as intended, or is this when you were over-engineering it and doing something to get a ton of XP while playing?
No, I was playing as intended. I was going from quest to quest, following the story of the Pandarians, and
Were you doing a bunch of side quests?
It's not really side quests, they're just quests.
Were you doing a bunch of quests for XP that's not part of the main story quest?
They're all part of this.
So while there's no side missions like every other MMO?
There's no MSQ with them.
Integrity compromised.
There's no real like MSQ and then side quests. You go to an area, you go to the designated area that the last set of quests push you to, and you do those quests. And they'll move you along down the road.
Landing gear deployed. Taking damage.
Attention, Commander. Loitering in this area is strictly forbidden.
Not the wrong one.
Yeah, there is different side stuff.
9 out of 12.
Trade crafting, there's Pokemon battles, there's various events that are constantly on the calendar. I mean, there is plenty of side content. Some of the expansions, the side content, in my opinion, was the better part. Warlords of Draenor, when you got to build your own base, that was cool. It wasn't, I mean, the main story pushed you to the base, but from there, once you did that part of the main storyline, the base, anything, the base became optional. But it was like you're building, customizing your own part of the game. What you like. I loved that.
I hear where snipers come from, but I think you might enjoy it for the time you play any given game. Oh yeah, most definitely helps.
I made it perfectly clear. I'm not telling you not to play it. I'm just saying that there's no real way for you to enjoy it like I enjoyed it, you know, when the game was fresh and new. Standing in lines at either a Walmart or a GameStop to get your hands on that coveted collector's edition because this was the greatest game that you've ever played in your life and you can't wait to continue it. Those days are gone.
But to shorten this, Sniper doesn't like change.
Well, I mean, the game did progress and it did get better. It did change. But when it comes to changing for World of Warcraft, I feel like they give with one hand and take with the other. And it happens just about every expansion. And that would be my other big gripe that they do. Like, when I was talking about the base, that you get to build and customize and stuff, when the next expansion came out, they basically took all of the real rewards you would get for putting time and effort into that, and they took them away. Like, nope, you're not making money doing the stuff for the base anymore. What we're going to give you is these gray items that you can sell for like copper, you know, so you don't feel completely cheap. And another one, I think, Legion, where they gave you relic weapons, where you quested, you got this really badass weapon that again you built, you customized, and chose the skills that come along with it, the damage, the defense it would give. You really made it yours. The skins. And then at the 0.5 patch between that and that expansion and the next expansion, they literally destroyed all of those artifact weapons. Like they did a little quest thing or a little event that basically destroyed all of the artifact weapons and made them basically just cosmetic.
Uh-huh.
They were depowered.
So why don't you just ask them to raise the enemy level instead of pushing you out? Why do you want to cap your XP?
Well, because at least if you're capping your XP, you're fighting everything, your level and everything, but you can continue.
But just raise the story level so it matches your XP.
Well, if they did that, then they don't, because that's what you're supposed to do.
Landing gear retracted.
Latest rate, which is
Hull integrity compromised.
whatever war is going on right now. And even that was kind of bogus. I mean, for $60, you got basically a 2-hour game with 5 levels that it was, yeah, how do you even enjoy that? 5 levels done over in 2 hours? I mean, yeah, your max level, you can continue whatever story there was, but
You have cleared the no-fire zone.
you definitely did. I agree with Hobbs. This expansion makes it super casual because they give you NPCs to go through dungeons. And according to VGO, Michelle was talking, they were even playing around with the idea of NPC.
Fine with that. That's because you like the human experience. I thought it was the coolest thing when Guild Wars 1 had NPCs that you could actually fully customize and build their own builds and go do your own solo thing. Now it's a little bit easier to get a group since I have you guys that I play with, but like plenty of guilds that I actually like did stuff with I really spend too much time versus just by myself, and it was much easier just to set it up how I wanted.
Dungeons, yeah. Like I said, I think that's the best thing they did with Final Fantasy XIV was giving you NPCs to go to dungeons with them. Right?
I'm talking about real NPCs though. Final Fantasies are fake ones. Guild Wars 1, you could actually train them all. Like a Nightfall. Like, I put my builds on my NPCs and they did what I did.
Okay.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, did your NPCs move around to avoid like death traps and this, that, and the other, or did they walk over them, take the buff, and keep going?
Well, they were pretty intelligent.
Keep going.
They kept up with me. I was able to run endgame content for people and make money from it. Level isn't the main grind anymore. The grind comes once you hit it.
Like, see, but remember when we were talking about Final Fantasy XIV and how a lot of the dungeons were changed and trials were made more simplified. It was so the NPC. They adjusted to
You do dungeons with
NPCs to fight the mechanics that were
I mean, most of them don't really have too crazy mechanics that we've seen so far. Unless they were vastly different beforehand, but did you never play the original Guild Wars?
Okay, so remember what was the dungeon we did last night before I went to bed? Wasn't it 1,000 Maws and Toto Rat?
Disengaged.
Sure. I don't have a clue.
Prison pudding? Prison pudding?
Yeah, yeah, there was pudding. I remember that.
Prison pudding, and I said sewer syrup was better.
Yes.
Yeah. So that dungeon was actually much bigger and longer, and there were a lot more traps than this. They said they had to adjust the dungeon. They couldn't adjust the NPC.
They could have.
They could have, but they didn't. Probably because they couldn't.
Or because it was cheaper.
No. I don't think Yoshi P would have. Well, it's cheaper just not to try. That's not.
Fuel scoop disengaged.
We're talking about the same man who still has to go back to the original base game and update it still? Isn't there still a lot of parts in the original Final Fantasy that still needs updated?
That I've seen.
I thought there was like thousands of voice lines that are supposed to be added in eventually, and there's dungeons that say come back later for more improvements.
Okay, so no, on the voicing thing, no. They're never going to add more voicing. And the come back later message was for the NPC.
Which means they're still working on it.
Yeah, but it's not like it was unfinished to begin with. The whole concept of taking NPCs into a dungeon is a new thing. It was added with Endwalker. Yeah. Way down the line. They're just going back and making original dungeons. Yeah, they're not doing them all at once. dungeons to go through. They did do all of the main story quest ones right away. Arum Vale and those ones that say come back later, those are optional dungeons.
You do dungeons with NPCs down 2 to experience and or complete the questline solo, but the rewards are lower level and doing the same dungeon with your friends at a higher level.
Yeah, just like with Final Fantasy 14, I would 100% recommend playing with people. It's more enjoyable. Like I said, I'm grateful 14 added that because their main story quest hinged on you completing that dungeon. You would not progress in the story until you did that dungeon. And for a solo player that is a DPS, that could be a good 2 or 3 hours before you got into a dungeon.
Let's be honest, you're also factoring in the fact that you're an American.
Yeah, what about that?
There's huge different queue times. You're thinking of very popular servers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It still could be over an hour wait, even on a big populated server.
I don't care about populated servers. It's about the unpopulated servers that matter.
They have it even worse.
That's my point. No one cares about the populated servers. It's the unpopulated servers. Those are. I'm saying it. The unpopulated servers matter more.
Okay, so like I said, I think it was a good move to add the NPCs to Final Fantasy. Because yes, those poor DPSs would be waiting hours to get into a dungeon to belong to the main story. So adding NPCs to that, yes. But I can't remember a mandatory dungeon in Warcraft had to do.
Scan detected.
Like where you could no longer continue the story until you complete that. I can't. Is it a double standard? Yes. Yes, it is. I'm not denying that. But if it's not mandatory for you to progress through the game, then no, you don't need it. Like,
it has nothing to do with queues. It has to do with you don't want to find people to play with.
And, you know, there's this great game. It's called Expedition 33, and it's perfect for people that don't want to play with other people.
Oh, is that Dark Souls clone?
Kinda, yeah, but you know, it's an RPG.
I think queuing now is multi-server, but Ryan and I are on Area 52. If you do start trying out classes, gotta get some sleep. You guys have a good one. Have a good night, Hobbs. Enjoy work tomorrow. Or be home early tomorrow? I don't know what to say. Work's always work, so it's never good. We have 3.
Yeah, no, I would ask you why you would be wanting to play a massively multiplayer online game if you didn't want to be multiplayer.
Some people like that kind of game.
For all the wrong reasons.
How dare you tell people how they want to enjoy their game.
I'm just saying. It would be like, man, why can't I play hockey in FIFA? I should be able to play hockey. I want to play hockey in my soccer game.
You could. They could add air hockey in the waiting room.
But they don't.
They could.
It's not a hockey game.
Well.
And even then, those same people would say, no, air hockey's not enough. I want real hockey. Give me my skates, my sticks, and my Canadians.
Did you see that? Did you see this year's new EA football game? They added in weather.
Whoa. Whoa. Really? Weather?
There, yeah.
Oh, man. You know what? Take my money.
But it's dynamic weather.
Oh, where's my other card? Take my money. copies.
Well, there you go.
Oh, by the way, are we talking American football or everywhere that isn't American?
Oh, American football. They lost their FIFA. It's like called college football or something now, but yeah.
Oh, never mind. I'm taking my cards back and putting them back in the pocket. So we're talking about, world football. We'd like to refund my 4 copies, please.
Nope. Yeah, we don't do refunds here.
I was misled.
Misled?
Yep. I was led to believe that it was.
It is football. Yeah. You didn't say football, you said football.
Yeah.
There's a difference.
Not according to the English.
Yes, according to the English. And we'll do that. We'll have a repair unit there, and then we'll have a storage thing for you. Alright, so I need to buy a repair limpet. Really need to engineer you. It is so weird. I could have swore I engineered 4 whole reinforcements, but only had 2 when I got back.
That's flying the ointment. Oh, time to go back.
I do need 1 more compound shielding, apparently. Well, if I keep... We'll try that first. We'll keep it stock, then we'll see what happens. I'm engineering a 7E power distributor. Selenium. And Tellurium. Oh, fun.
That's the EMs.
Alright, so we'll do that later. Engine, 70 thrusters. Do I have chromium, mechanical components, and selenium? Okay, so not you. And these 2 pulse lasers, which I could put the experimental thing on. Let's see. And this frame shift drive, I might actually swap over to a better one. New plan. I'm just going to jump the carrier over to a system that has a trader. Ha! It's on you.
Problem solved.
So open galaxy map, so I need to go over here. So I'm guessing you got off Elite Dangerous already?
Well, I'm hanging out at the carrier.
Oh.
What?
You basically did.
Been here the whole time. I even have my Mandalay on standby in case you ran out of gas.
I would never run out of gas. What, you think I am, an amateur? It's so, like, 2 months ago.
Just a little bit accident prone.
Accident prone? What?
Yeah. Don't make mistakes. It's cool. I got you, Scro. Here, just...
I just need the repair limit for that one.
Notice I was doing to be a good friend?
What?
Limiting the game I was playing on my off time because, like, there's no way in hell I would be playing Expedition 30. My computer would crash hard.
Why?
Have you seen it on PC?
I don't remember. I don't think so.
No. Very beautiful game. One that my computer has a little bit of trouble running sometimes. Yes, I could play it on high. But, I mean, come on. You're not doing Ultra. Why even play?
Apparently you're not playing if you can't handle it.
Yeah, no, it won't. I just took to something very resource light. Supermarket City. Very low poly.
Got those two.
Very few moving parts.
That leaves room for one caustic. One heatsink. I suppose that would work.
Well, I mean...
Yeah, you can.
More. Yeah, you'll get more out of that one heatsink.
I have one enhanced xenoscanner, a Thargoid pulse neutralizer, a heatsink launcher, a caustic launcher. Then all my internals I still need to upgrade.
Well, let's say we get Mustang on here to do the Thargoids again. He can handle the Xenoscan. The rest of us would benefit from it. So that would free up a slot for you too. Only one person in the in the wing needs to have the Xenoscan. Okay. That's why I use that slot for another heatsink.
Thrusters, power plant, and military grade composite.
Obviously, I'm not playing ED by myself. Yeah, I won't.
Why can't you?
It's not fun.
Why?
It's basically me sitting back with a YouTube playing, holding a button. There's things that are so much more engaging you can be doing.
Like what?
And I didn't expect you to call me out like that.
Yeah, well, you should have expected it. Alright, so I need to repair module for slot 2. Yeah, 2 internal, okay. Oh, they just decided to skip it?
Are we jumping?
No. Well, I mean, yes, I'm jumping. But apparently this game goes from size 1 to size 3. They just skipped size 2 repair limpets.
Yeah.
What do you mean, yeah? What's wrong with size 2A?
Oh, put it in size 2 slot. Size 2 slots might be for more important things. Which is accidentally putting the wrong thing in this.
Oh, I have an optional size 2 that I want to repair. I still need to do deep plating, but let's see what I'm at now.
A size 2 repair limit?
Yep.
No, you don't.
Why?
This takes like 5 minutes for it to repair like 20 damage, hull damage. Remember, Mustang was actually making fun of me because my repair limit wasn't good. It wasn't good.
I do remember, yes.
Yeah, you think a size 2? I was using like a size 3 or 4. You really think a size 2 is gonna make or break your build?
I kind of do, yes.
No,
So what you're saying is, don't worry about a size 1.
Don't worry, yeah, definitely don't do a size
1. Well, they don't sell size 2.
Size 1 is for your auto computer or prospect.
Well, now you see why I wanted a size 2 one, but they won't fit.
I mean, let's go on a limb here and say, well, yeah, you can have more repairing limpets, but you only have one limpet repairing your ship at a time anyway. So multiple, that throws that argument out the window.
What argument? What?
Even if a higher size 2 would give you like 2 repair limpets, you can only repair your ship with 1 limpet at a time anyways. Try to throw a second one on there and it just kills the first one.
Area jump sequence is underway. Lockdown begins in 5 minutes.
But it's a higher grade. So
Yeah,
theoretically it
like
should repair quicker.
Damage and only take like an extra 2 minutes.
Exactly. Now you're getting it.
No gravity. Magnetic contact active.
Well, I mean, good news is the system that I'm jumping to is right next to a place that has a booming economy, so it should be relatively easy to max out our manufactured stuff. Although, that is something that I feel like fleet carriers probably should have access to. You should be able to at least manage your materials here. Also put all my money on the fleet carrier, that way I don't accidentally forget to pay it.
Yeah.
We're about to be jumping in 6 minutes. If you're not in your seat, I recommend you sit in one. Very fancy seating arrangement I have here. I believe that I finished fully upgrading my Corvette.
Depart the carrier at once.
Except for upgrading the cooldown lipids and stuff. Heat sinks.
I see.
Can't see you back there. Oh, you're all the way down there.
Is that my seat? New seat I always sit in.
I thought you were going to sit up top.
Well, this is my seat. I'm gonna be honest though, that's
Glare? What? I don't even see a sun.
down here we do.
All these people know we're about to jump. Why are they still outside?
Rather than locked down. 5 minute mark.
I think that's what the little ding was. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now be preparing to jump. Please keep your hand and feet inside at all areas. Oh, apparently it locks down at the 4 minutes and 10 second mark? I'm surprised you're still able to move.
Still there, though.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, that ship's gonna be dead. So I wonder if we're watching
Another one's coming in. Oh no, he's taking off. He's like, no, I'm out of here.
I wonder if that's actually like a real player ship that we're seeing. That'd be kind of cool.
We're in a private lobby.
Yeah, I know, but it'd be cool if like someone lands in your carrier if you could actually still see them.
Where are we headed?
We're headed to a system with a material trader.
One jump over?
Yep.
Attention. Carrier has entered pre-flight lockdown. All services have been suspended.
No, well, it was a far ways away and I needed to keep going back, so instead I just went here. Besides, I thought you needed materials.
And I told no, what you heard was, I'm done with this, of course me.
Exactly, you still need it.
It's amazing. I'm saying words, but it's like you're hearing completely different words.
I'm hearing the words that should be spoken instead, yes.
Yeah, we have a term for that where I work. It's called aphasia.
That is called selective hearing.
It's called aphasia. When you speak, like when you go to speak, different words than you're thinking are coming out of your mouth. But there's also a type where you say words, but you'll hear. It's rare, but it is a thing.
No, I think you just want to get your materials upgraded. I get it. You didn't feel like traveling.
No, most of the time, like for instance, if I say dog, you would hear rough.
Maintenance task confirmation.
I want to hear rough.
Some kind of a barking, or some kind of a barking noise. That's what you would hear when I'm saying dog. The brain is weird.
No, I think if you hear or say dog, I hear dog.
Yeah, because we don't know that. You might be aphasia.
Not basic.
Maybe.
Nope.
Because I'm saying I'm done with this because it bores me, and you're, hey, let's go get materials.
Okay, maybe I need to rephrase. I'm getting materials, you're in my ship, so I'm dragging you to this area. That way you can grab it with me, since you're clearly going to be stuck in the area anyways.
Yeah, I'm
better.
just gonna hobo it up. I'm gonna hobo it up. I live in here now.
Attention all carrier crew. Friendship drive engaged.
I'm like the dancing chipmunk on materia. I'm just gonna always be here.
Attention. Counting down to jump.
We'll depart in 10 seconds.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Oh, did you hear the news about who's going to be the new Black Panther?
Yeah, Ryan Gosling. That has been a thing that's been a meme that's been going on for a while.
About him being the Black Panther?
Well, there was the Martin Luther King biopic starring Ryan Gosling. Like they're race swapping all the major black roles with Ryan Gosling. It's always Ryan Gosling.
Oh, so it's not a real thing?
No, it's not a real thing.
Oh.
Telemetry decks in progress.
I wouldn't be surprised if it was.
Because Black Panther is the one black superhero.
I still wouldn't be surprised if it happened.
But yes, it's always Ryan Gosling. I don't know why 4chan picked him of all the actors out there, all the white actors to race swap with black people, but it's always Ryan Gosling.
Probably because he's not in anything anymore.
Huh?
Probably because he's not in any movies anymore. But the last one I can think of is Barbie. And that's like the only one I can think of in the past, like, 10 years? 5 years?
But before that, it was Ryan Gosling won't eat his cereal.
Because he put milk in it, because I understand. No one wants soggy cereal.
It's just a dude's hand holding up a spoon of cereal to the TV or to a television screen, and he'd always like look away.
Uh-huh.
Very funny to me.
I know, you find weird things funny.
By all means, pull out the social Bible and point to the chapter and verse where it says, "I can only find things that everyone else finds funny."
Go to Korea for that. I don't know any social books. I'm American. We don't read books here. He said we.
So much better when we did.
No. That's what they tell you. Heck? That was cool. I instantly teleported to the top.
Full display. Alright, I'm out of the supermarket.
That was a random fact.
Left the supermarket, I'm going to the gas station.
Gas station?
Yep.
Has gas stations in the game, or are you playing a different game?
No, I'm playing gas stations.
Okay, I own that one.
It's a fun little game. You know, it's not super attention or heavy. I mean, it is at first, but once you get it on, more of just that fun.
Well, I'm going to go get my materials. Honestly, I thought we were going to be stuck like having to unlock engineers. I didn't realize we had everything done. Just a matter of going back and getting the materials and getting it now. So maybe we can see if Mustang will dust off the old ships that he's got and try to do Thargoid hunting with us next week. Bedtime.
Yeah, I got some fried chicken I want to cut up and throw in.
The shrimp ramen?
Yes. I'm gonna put chunks of fried chicken in my shrimp ramen.
And that's the only good kind.
And while I'm at it, why not throw some Parmesan cheese on it?
Oh, you get the shredded American cheese.
Shredded American?
Yeah. Or you can go fancy and get the 3 cheese Mexican.
What third world backwoods hillbilly hellhole of America are you living in?
The kind that learned how to make good food taste like macaroni.
You just said shredded American.
Yeah.
So, Peterson, Charlie.
Sharp, whatever you want to call it.
Flight control.
Okay, you're leaning a little bit in the right direction. It's not American.
Access granted.
Cheddar.
Arrival on landing pad 2-2.
It's yellow.
Oh, wow. Clearly every yellow cheese is American.
Yes.
Such a truth.
You know, the funny thing is most Chinese food's actually American made.
Yeah.
In fact. So there you go, so you're eating American food.
But it's not even... No, see, you gotta understand, Panda Express, they speak Chinese, but we've all seen when that door opens, it's a bunch of Mexicans. So, our Chinese food is American food made by Mexicans.
Cargo hold at maximum.
We don't have a Panda Express here.
What do you have?
Jade Garden.
Sounds like a mom and pop place.
It is. We just recently got a Steak and Shake added in. I think within, well, I guess recently-ish. I guess it was added in before COVID.
They went out of business here. They all closed. It does not exist where I live.
That's because they closed up shop and went for a warmer climate. I don't know. I think it was added within like the past 5 years or something.
Man, they had great chili too.
Chili? Who goes to an ice cream shop for chili?
Steak and Shake is not an ice cream shop.
Their whole thing is literally about ice cream in their name.
No.
Yeah.
How did you get that from Steak Shake?
Because shake, it's ice cream.
Steak? Like, oh, good. It's ice cream.
It is.
No.
And they made the ugliest looking burgers.
Right, that's their thing. Those are steak burgers.
Yeah, they are very hideously made burgers, but yes.
Their whole shtick is they're trying to reinvent 50s nostalgia.
4,
The only thing they reinvented is in and out long lines here, so that I don't go to it.
Well, that's because the shiny veneer hasn't rubbed off yet. And you realize it's the same high school teenager that doesn't want to be there that you could find in any fast food restaurant.
I can also add in that In-N-Out is the most disgusting fast food place around, but for some reason people like it on the West Coast.
Yeah, I don't understand it either. I had it when I was in San Diego, and I just couldn't understand why it was so good and everyone was raving about it. Like, we have a Culver's here that their burgers taste way better.
I think it's because they got jealous of the East Coast having Chick-fil-A, so they tried to make something.
Yeah, well, you know what? I don't know how they're going to do that because you can't fake taste of good customer service.
It has nothing to do with customer service. It's just their fries are disgusting.
No, I'm talking about that's why Chick-fil-A is good. You can taste the good customer service.
What are you, a representative for Chick-fil-A now?
No, I'm just a guy who's been stuck with Burger Kings and McDonald's most of his life, and then he wandered into a Chick-fil-A one day. It was not a Sunday. It was like... But I'm going to be honest. I was a little unsettled by their genuine friendliness. Because I'm not used to that.
Ah, so you're used to back alley Popeyes.
Yeah, I'm used to... yeah, Popeyes, where you get up there like, no, we ain't got no chicken. I eat no chicken. It's a chicken joint. Because I don't feel like frying more chicken right now. Hey, can I bum a cigarette off you? Yes, that was an experience I had at a Popeyes once.
Yeah, we used to have a Hardee's here, really close to my house, like 3 minutes away. And then all like the good people, I guess, like left, and then a whole new bit of people got hired, and then it went completely downhill. And then they actually like closed the whole facility down.
It was bad. I mean, one time they told me they weren't accepting cash. How do you not accept cash?
Because they didn't have any bills to split.
No, that's not a thing.
That's a thing.
Literally weren't taking cash that day.
Did you say you have exact change?
I did have exact change. He said, well, that's too bad. They're not taking cash today. Usually they don't take cards. For some reason that day, when the system was not good. And like I said, yeah, I got there. She said, you got no chicken. Why don't you have chicken? Because I don't feel like to be frying no damn chicken. Is that a menthol cigarette? Can I bum one of them from you?
So the workers said they don't feel like doing chicken.
I don't feel like to be frying no chicken. Then you come in and like, welcome to Chick-fil-A. What is your name? I'm like, I? Oh, so we know what to call you and to write down on the order. I'm like, Mom, it's a pleasure to meet you. What can I get for you? I'm like, what?
It's all a ruse to get you to spend more money anyways. Everyone knows that.
If that's the case, they're really good actors. Like, they gotta be hiring people that are like drop makers only. Because their kindness felt very genuine. Like they were happy to be there.
The one thing that I don't quite understand. So I agree Chick-fil-A has really good customer service, and they seem to take Sundays off for religious purposes. But they seem to also be taking over all airports, and now they're having Chick-fil-A's there. So I'm really curious, like, on Sunday, is the airport just literally going to lose out on revenue because Chick-fil-A's morals don't allow them to open? Or are airports different since, like, a different territory, and they would be open on there?
Okay, so we had this discussion already. It really depends on the state, on whether or not they draw taxes off of shops or not.
All states do.
No, not all states.
Every state I've been to has had an additional tax for the airport.
Well, you should come to my you should come to my city or my state.
Are you sure they don't have a tax for the airport?
You have to list on the receipt there is, and there was no tax. There was no like airport tax listed. Just the state and local.
Yeah, did you look to see if there's a surcharge though?
Cargo scoop deployed.
I think we had a 25% surcharge on pizza.
But tell you what, go to your local airport, buy the ticket to get past the TSA, and see if they're chicken. Right, just walk up to the nearest TSA person, and hey, be like on a Sunday, and be like, hey, is your chicken?
I used to work at our airport. It was awful.
But if a company, that's just the thing, they pay rent there, right? It's like any other business inside of another business. It's paying booth. So if they don't want to open, they can't be forced to open.
Oh, but they shouldn't have ever been signed if they're not going to be open the whole time.
Their business, however they want. And, you know, in Chick-fil-A, I mean, the whole being off on Sunday is a very hard rule. They've always stuck.
Well, the weird thing is my airport, I guess my airport hasn't, but Burger King has had a monopoly on my airport, and now they lost the monopoly.
Yeah.
They were the only fast food joint in my airport, and now it's grown bigger that now Chick-fil-A is added to the airport.
I don't understand how Burger King stayed in business.
I believe it's because of my area.
Well, no, like I've seen the YouTube videos poking fun at them and stuff about how they never have customers. And yes, the Burger Kings around my area, you never see a single person inside a Burger King that doesn't have a uniform on, yet somehow they stay in business.
No, I'm serious. I believe it was because of my area's airport. It was the only cheap place to buy food at that airport was that Burger King. Everything else was like the super expensive like airport food, like you gotta pay like $50 for like a small pizza. But Burger King was there for your reliable, greasy, like $15 meal instead of $10 meals. And now Chick-fil-A's in there, so they lost their monopoly.
Again, fair, but I'm still wondering how the hell my Burger King is open and you never see a soul there. Don't get me wrong, I mean, I'm happy I don't have to wait in line to work, but...
Well, there you go. You're the reason.
Yeah. They upload by my one Whopper and a large fry.
How often do you... once a week, there you go. Now, if there's like 3,000 snipers that go at different times, always starting to get a profit.
You would think we'd overlap at 3,000 of us. We'd have to overlap at least once.
Maybe you should sit in the parking lot and see how busy it is.
You know what? The thing is, they just had this new place open up right next to them. It kind of resembles like a Checkers or a Rally's. And like that's the only time I've seen the Burger King parking lot with cars in it was people parking to go next door to that place. And I did. I rolled up and I'm like, wow, they're busy. And I go in, there's not a single person. I'm like, where are all the people? They're like, next door. But yeah, no, like I said, their customer service at Chick-fil-A seems so genuine. And I've worked registers. I've done retail. I've done fast food. And they tell you to be friendly and smile and all that. But it's hard to fake it. It really is hard to fake it. They manage, if they're faking it, they're really good at faking it.
I did retail for a little bit. I was supposed to be a supervisor at CVS, but then that turns into a glorified cashier since they're always understaffed. Then I left. After I stopped a kidnapping because I decided that that was enough for me, I had my experience.
Understaffed? I feel like mine's overstaffed.
Oh, the area that I was in for that specific CVS that I got hired in, well, for one, it was a lie. I was expecting it to be a supervisor job, and I was just a paid hire cashier that had some slight supervising stuff to do. Other than that, it was basically just a cashier that had to count money. and deliver the money.
Say, because last time I went into the CVS by my house, they had one guy working. They had a guy there that was supposed to be a cashier, but he was standing there working the self-checkout. He smelled horrible. Like, he smelled like straight armpit and asshole. And he's wanting to sit there while I'm scanning my items. He's like, you want me to do that for you? I'm like, no, I got it. It's a self-checkout. And he starts talking, well, you know they're getting rid of Diet Coke? Like, I don't care? Like, seriously, man, if you're going to be a cashier, can you go over to a register and cashier and do whatever it takes to leave me alone, please?
So your version of them being fully staffed is some dude so bored at a register that he was harassing you.
Yes. Harassing.
Programming limpet drone.
Sounds like they were understaffed.
Deployed.
Oh, yeah, because clearly he was being worked to the bone. Like, standing there, smelling up the area.
Alright guys, well I'm going to go around collect up all these smaller materials. Thanks so much for sticking around for another Elite Dangerous stream. I appreciate it all. Next week, we're probably going to be doing Thargoid stuff. I'll see you guys in the next one, Commanders. Hope everyone has a good afternoon, evening, and morning. Jurassic Alps.